can't come down, baby. You wanna feel it rain. If you wanna feel the raindrops, I'll take you to my favorite spot and let you take control of what I do. Just let me know what you like so I can do your body right. I'm gonna let it rain, 'cause that's what I do. So we hop in the right, go stroke patrol. Baby, doesn't really matter anywhere we go. Do you wanna go home? Can I take you to mine? Baby, hurry up, 'cause it's time to decide. Can I have your number? Do you want mine too? Can I call you tomorrow? Is it alright with you? I just wanna know if you had a good time. Baby, if you did, the pleasure's all mine. Take me away, you say right now, baby. You wanna feel it rain. So we'll fly so high we can't come down, baby. You wanna feel it rain. If you wanna feel the raindrops, I'll take you to my favorite spot and let you take control of what I do. Just let me know what you like so I can do your body right. I'm gonna let it rain, 'cause that's what I do. Take me away, you say right now, baby. You wanna feel it rain. So we'll fly so high we can't come down, baby. You wanna feel it rain. Take me away, you say right now, baby. You wanna feel it rain. So we'll fly so high we can't come down, baby. You wanna feel it rain. If you wanna feel the raindrops, I'll take you to
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Could you hear me knock? Yeah, I'm knocking on your door. Baby, please let me in, 'cause I gotta tell you more. I just wanna be a part of what you are. Whatever the case, I'll keep it cured inside a jar. 'Cause baby, really inspire me. It seems I captured your true beauty. Oh, nothing more than to comfort thee. Yeah, I swear I'll be there. Promise you all my love, baby. No one will come between us, guarantee. Yeah, even if we parted ways, just know my loving is yours to take. 'Cause I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. Lose you. Hey. So what you say, so what you think. No, you don't smoke, but I know you drink. So could we just throw back a few and talk about the things that you've been through? So what you say, so what you think. No, you don't smoke, but I know you drink. So could we just throw back a few and talk about the things that you've been through? I promise you all my love, baby. No one will come between us, guarantee. Yeah, even if we parted ways, just know my loving is yours to take. Cause I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. Hey, no, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. Hey, show me the door. I wanna come in. Let me in. Let's be friends. Hey, show me the door. I wanna come in. Let me in. Let's be friends.
Rosinha, uli die sombranza e zu ita saluda antes de niga razzaus and malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Islas en Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba
somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it. Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me
morning, Guam. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. Thanks for giving Joe sir about 3 seconds to get outside.
Yeah, what's up, man? It's Friday. Whoa, business. 6/16, Fishy Friday, guys.
Yes, Fishy Friday.
There's something fishy going on. Yeah, it's called Lent. Welcome to the 19th day of March. It's a Friday, year of our Lord 2021. Good morning. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E. It's The Link, KUM TV land. Good morning on you guys. Looking good this morning. It's that morning light. You know, like Mike V said, the morning light is when we look our best. So if you're going to take a selfie this morning, go out and do it in the morning light.
Yeah. If you have a Guam sunrise as your background, it's really, really, really hard to take a bad picture.
Yeah. And good morning to our Facebook Live viewers on our KUM News Facebook page, Jay.
Yes, I got a shout out right now from Plus Onope. Good morning, Guam. I'm watching you live from Chuk.
Running in.
Yeah, but Rananim, and Plus says, God bless you. God bless you too. Thank you for that.
Right on.
We hope
God
you're doing
bless
all right.
you. God bless Guam.
Rick Perez also says, Buenas KUAM. Your team is top drawer.
Oh, wow.
And Esta. Hey, Rick, don't go anywhere.
We're top drawer. We're right there with the underwears and the socks.
Wait, is that how you're supposed to do it? I always put underwear and socks on the bottom drawer. Really? Wait. Well, surprise,
Okay.
surprise. I'm getting things wrong. Gee, what a shocker. No, really? Is that how you're supposed to do it?
Yeah, because it's the first thing I put on, so I put it at like eye level.
No, I always thought it was like socks on the bottom because like your feet are on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. That kind of makes sense. But you know, priority is to cover your treasure, so put that stuff up high. Top shelf, but thank you for the compliment. Anyway, sorry about Jay taking that down the side with, but thank you.
Deborah Arbez. Good morning, Chris and Sabrina from Southern California. SoCal is in the house today, guys.
Right on. Ruth Pablo Gagnon writes, Hafaday, Guam, USA. Frank Lucille Netty Dog. Good morning, KUAM. Good morning on you guys. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. In Kentucky, 64 degrees, been raining off and on, but at least it's not freezing. Amen.
64 is not bad.
Not bad.
I think I could do 64.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be shivering, but I think I could
did
do 64.
70 last night.
Ooh.
For all my aircon babies, the show's brought to you by Carrier. Joe, sir, good morning. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. We're going to catch up with Sinonia Mayor Robert Hoffman because he was during containing COVID and the link. He was always coming on here to rep the mayors when we couldn't get Mayor Savars, the former Mayor's Council of Guam president. So I called up Mayor Hoffman yesterday. I said, hey, come on and let's just kind of talk about the last year, reflecting on COVID. Then we're getting Dr. Peter Lombard, who's also was one of these doctors who was coming on. And he was kind of different because he wasn't with the Physicians Advisory Group or, any of the response technically, but he was crunching a lot of the data and the numbers for the COVID.
Yeah,
and
he did this all independently, just all on his own.
Right, and I mean his predictions. Sadly, at the time he was making a lot of these predictions about the deaths, the death count, they were right on. And so, want to bring him on and figure out what he's tracking now, but also get his perspective on a look back under the last year of this pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're getting a trio of the Republicans: Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Tony Addis, Senator Chris Duenas. They're looking at that thing that we broke out here on the link this morning. Miss a link, miss a lot, but man, Bree, I was getting a ton of messages about this list of expenditures. You did a great story on it. As the senators really went in, it was posted on their website, I want to say late Wednesday evening, and we kind of got it here Thursday morning and passed it around. And you were looking at it. I was looking at it yesterday. I went cross-eyed looking at that because the type in there is like about this small.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I need them to come out with the Monumco version of that, where the letters are 5 inches high. They should.
Well, this is how hardcore Bree was into really like getting to the bottom of the story, right? Like we finished this show, we broke down all our gear. Joe Sir and I went in the back. We started cutting up the interviews, putting one on YouTube. I had to dash away to the mall to go get a haircut. Bree was like, I was like, hey Bree, you need anything from the mall? didn't even like lift her hand. She's like, oh my gosh, do you see who's doing this? Okay, this is how much in there. Came back from getting my haircut. I brought Cinnabon, right? I went
Yeah.
back there. Hey, Bree, here's some Cinnabon. Oh, okay, and this one's going a little light.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, she's in the zone. She's.
Didn't even see that Cinnabon.
But how was the Cinnabon, by the way, Bree?
It was good. It was nice and sweet.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah, so that's what everyone was kind of talking about yesterday, and I think that it's going to provide a lot of real insight into who was getting pandemic money, how they were getting it, and maybe even some of the why. But just looking at it right away, as we had Senator Sabina Perez, who's the procurement chair, and this list was all like sole source procurement and emergency procurement, right? And so we did it live here, gave her the list, and she started looking it over, and her eyes got big. Her eyes was like Malago. She was like, oh my God. Oh my God, look at this. Hafa Esti.
And the good senator, I mean, she's, we've interviewed senators.
Sole source contract.
Yeah, we've interviewed Senator Sabina like many times, and
Yeah.
she's very, very, she's very monotone. She really doesn't get,
Yeah.
like too emotional about stuff. But yeah, like her reaction was very telling.
Yeah. It was like, what you talking about, Willis?
But you're right, like her eyes got really big, and she's like, oh my.
Yeah. Oh. So I know, just because I talked to a bunch of senators, that's what all the senators were doing yesterday, was they were all looking over this list of expenditures. Senator Sabina said, I want to have an oversight hearing on this. And, I'm pretty sure the governor and Josh, Lieutenant Governor Josh's ears were burning yesterday because everybody was talking about these expenditures and who they were going to, what was being purchased. There's some interesting purchases there, Bree, but not a lot of detail.
Yeah, it's not.
There's
hardly
like
any detail.
4 or 5 words on what an expenditure is for. And so, in this administration, they talk about transparency, right? And we had Governor Lou on here, and she was like, I don't know what they're talking about a transparency. We're the most transparent administration. Well, let me tell you how transparent this administration is. So yesterday, I called over to GSA, and I was asking for the Chief Procurement Officer, Claudia Fadi, because this list that we got, and we put it up in the comments, it's a list of the sole source and emergency procurement, but there's not a lot of detail. There's a purchase order number, and then there's a little line there that will say something like, to cover the cost of, but
Blank.
yeah, the thing is, there was only a really brief description, so it was basically like to cover the cost of, and then it cut off. And it was like that for, 27 pages? Yeah.
Well, one of the line items.
So basically, it was just a document dump on the legislature's head. They're like, oh, you guys want a transparent here, transparent there.
Well, one of the line items that I know Bree was like really looking at, for a considerable amount of time is something that Rosemary Laguatnia in our comment stream. Rosemary's always, in our comments, she's first in, last out, just like a U.S. Marine. Number one in our comments, number one in our hearts, right? She goes, Cliff Hotel is one interesting expenditure.
Yeah, so this...
And I know, Bree, when you first get, you're at Cliff Hotel.
This is like, where, So, yeah, we saw the Cliff Hotel. Oh, let me finish my story. Sorry, guys. So there's no info on these expenditures. So I called over to GSA, and I basically left. I didn't get to talk to Claudia. They got a whole, you got to talk to 5 people before you meet the final boss in Gov Guam, for the most part, right? Those video games, you got to fight everybody, and then you get final boss. Like, good luck with that. I can't even get to the final boss. So...
It's like Bruce Lee's movie, right? Before he met Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he had to go up all the pagoda levels.
So I call over and I talked to the lady there. I think she's like the ASO or something. I was like, no, ma'am, maybe if you could just leave a message for Claudia to call. And then I was like, here's what I'm asking. I'm asking, can she just designate someone so we can call and say, hey, what was this expenditure for with this PO number? Because it's a lot easier, right? And they could just say, oh, that was for, because we have to give Lieutenant Governor's Niao's contract a company. So that's what that was. We have to give his company a contract. So that's what that was for. Because it's a lot easier. Because if they don't do that, then we have to send a FOIA. And when we send a FOIA, it takes 4 days for them to get the information. Well, it takes a lot quicker, but they don't give it until 4 days. And then they can extend another 6 if they say, oh, there's a lot of documents. 10 days. Why should we have to wait 10 days to find out what the hell they're spending our money on? So anyway, I explained that to the lady. Maybe she could just designate someone. I got a call back a couple hours, and they're like, yeah, no, Claudia said you have to FOIA. So We got a FOIA. And that's what I want to say about transparency in this administration. Because they talk. The governor loves to say we're transparent, but they're just not. They're just not. Because they could easily, willingly provide the information. But no. We got to waste paper and send a FOIA, and then we got to play this game. We're going to wait 10 days to find out how they're spending your money. So that's what I wanted to say about transparency. And then I called Ed Byrne at DOA, because that's like DOA, GSA is under DOA, and I was like, Mr. Byrne, they're going to make me FOIA. And he was like, you do have to FOIA it. Just FOIA it. So we'll send the FOIAs this morning. But it was interesting because there's just not a lot of detail on some of these. And these are, I mean, some of it's like big money. I mean, there's companies here that when this public health emergency is extended, they get paid. They get paid. And it'll say it right there. It'll be like, for example, like Cliff Hotel, extension of public health emergency, $50,000. So these people were like salivating at this public health emergency getting extended because a lot of the friends and family of this administration are making money off this pandemic. They're making money every time this emergency is extended. And I'm not saying that, we don't need to buy things. Of course we do. But, the whole point is this sole source and emergency procurement is a fast track to reward friends and family. That's all it is. Because the regular bid process, everybody gets a crack at it. But when it's sole source and it's emergency procurement, the field is able to be narrowed to your party or your prim or whoever donated to your campaign. And that's what it is. That's what it is. So if you're wondering why they keep extending this public health emergency, there you go, because people are getting rich off of it. I want to quote from the book of Lou and Josh right now, chapter 1, verse 1. It is what it is. Sorry, it sucks. It's depressing. And I was looking at that. I was like, dude, people are doing great in this pandemic. Not you guys. You guys can't even get a freaking Rise Act. You can't even get a Rise Act, but they're buying like 20 ATVs over at this car dealer. They spent over $1 million buying vehicles. Anyway, I had my coffee this morning.
Hey, Chris, you know how you just said you wanted a quote from the book of Lou and Josh?
Yes.
I would like to see if we can cross-reference, speaking of book, from Attorney John Brown, who literally wrote the book on GovGuam procurement. I wonder what's on his mind this morning.
He's probably got a headache. He probably got a headache looking at this.
Have either of you guys talked to
I'm going to call him, I call him every once in a while just to... So anyway, that's what's happening now as everybody's going through, and we'll talk about it this morning, of course. And we've also got a couple of... We're going down to Agate this morning, to Mount Carmel. They're having their science fair, and I just thought this was cool because it's an actual real live science fair.
It's the best.
It's a real live science fair. There are kids there who will be there in the school with their science fair projects. And so it's been a minute since we've had that. And I always go down to Mount Carmel. My boy went there. So we'll get Principal Dave Duenas on to, and even some of the students, will talk to them about their projects and what it's like to do a science project, right after a pandemic. Also, we're going to talk with Jaden Hernandez. This is a young boy. He's a high school student. He's going to CCD confirmation, Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara. And he's doing a donation drive. And I just wanted to amplify his voice because I think it's cool when young people step up and do good things. And so we always want to kind of promote that. So we'll do that coming up. And then we continue our look back at the last year under this pandemic. We've got a bunch of great videos. Remember when the governor and lieutenant governor got the COVID? Remember that? And there was this incredible rallying around them with the community. And remember the governor had said it, another reading from the book of Lou and Josh, chapter 2, verse 2, COVID is a bitch.
That's the most quoted line from that book.
Right. It's right up there with it is what it is.
That's set off, okay, the phrase that launched 1,000 memes.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a look back. We're gonna take a look back at that because there was a point where we really all rallied around the governor, lieutenant governor when they got the COVID. At that point it's passed, though. I don't think anyone's really rallying around. But, I'm glad they're okay, really. At 6:30, Sabrina Salas Matanani. You guys want to do news now? Let's do it. Again, the show is proudly brought to you by Carrier. For all my Aircon babies, 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E. and East West Rental. It is 6:30 on this Friday, the 19th day of March, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. The Guam legislature has a lot of dollars and cents to make of dozens of documents submitted for a year's worth of purchase orders paid out during the COVID pandemic. The information was recently posted on the Guam legislature's website, and according to the procurement oversight chair, she plans to call an oversight hearing.
I left many messages. I have a timeline, many messages with the different people that I met with, only to find out that it's no longer under my team. And I just found that out.
I just had a chance to look at it really briefly.
Oversight Chair for the Committee on Procurement, Senator Sabina Perez, pulling up the list on her computer screen live on the link.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Posted on the Guam Legislature's website on Wednesday, 27 pages of purchase orders through sole source and emergency procurement, a chronicle of the cash for COVID.
Sole source, I think there are some questionable ones. Because sole source it should be only for those services that you can't find another vendor to do it, and there are some there that are questionable.
From January to December of last year, $12.2 million doled out in sole source procurement and another $16.4 million in purchase orders through emergency procurement. According to Senator Perez, there's a lot to evaluate, including where the law fits in and whether it makes dollars and cents.
Also, the emergency procurement, it also provided a list of emergency procurement that needs also to be, there needs to be a public hearing for this, because with the new law that was passed, in order to, if these agencies that procured this want to continue the emergency procurement, they would have to have a public hearing for all of these emergency procurements that we're seeing. And that has to take place end of this month if they want to continue with emergency. Yeah. Otherwise, they would have to go through the traditional procurement methods.
A quick review of the 27-page purchase order portfolio shows that for emergency procurement for quarantine hotels, Perlis Court, and luxury condominiums Summer Towers, an estimated $2.4 million in purchase orders were paid. There was also payments totaling $150,000 to Cliff Hotel. KUAM has learned Cliff Hotel was procured with the intent to use as a non-congregate shelter for vulnerable population. It was a standby facility, but it was not utilized and ultimately terminated. Additionally, $1.2 million in purchase orders were paid to certain car dealerships for ATVs, SUVs, motorcycles, and vehicles. As well, a total of $400,000 in purchase orders was paid to Bridge Aina Leia LLC, which we've since learned is also for payments for Perlis Court, which was used as lodging for medical staff who worked with COVID-positive patients. The documents also show that a total of $55,000 was paid to Comfort Cuts for various services. The company is owned by controversial Second Chance Port Authority hire Frankie Roslin. Roslin was hired at the port as a program coordinator, despite in 2019 pleading guilty to official misconduct as a misdemeanor for his role in a drug conspiracy case at the Department of Corrections. The former DOC officer is the boyfriend of the lieutenant governor's sister. His hiring led to the introduction of legislation that would bar anyone convicted of official misconduct from working for Gov.
Speaking of the legislature, they're going into legislative session today. The agenda includes a pair of the bills introduced at the request of the governor. One would appropriate E911 funds from prior fiscal years for current system operations. Another would refund a certain bonds secured by business privilege taxes in order to save several $1 million in upfront debt service costs. Other bills to be discussed today include Senator Sabina Perez's measure to require agencies to submit a procurement training compliance report to the OPA, and Senator Jose Pito Terlahi's bill to authorize the police department to use FY 2019 lapse funds for operational expenses. Also expected to be added are a measure by Senator Tony Atta to exempt certain medical and telemedicine services from the BPT, and another by Senator Tello Taitagui to officially change the name of Inarahan to its Chamorro pronunciation of Inalahan. Session begins at 10 o'clock this morning. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
One and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Attorney General says excluding Gov Guam and federal employees from local pandemic relief under a law known as the RISE Act is not unconstitutional. In a letter to the governor, the AG wrote that, quote, "It is not arbitrary to find that members of the private sector have been more adversely impacted during the COVID-19 pandemic," unquote. In general, government workers have remained on the job during the public health emergency, while thousands of non-public employees have been laid off or work reduced hours. The governor said she was waiting on the AG's opinion before implementing the law, which provides $800 and $1,000 payments to individuals and couples. Minority Leader Jim Moylan has been pushing the governor to follow the law.
The question was already answered by your Attorney General. If you have other reasons, then revise the law. Call us into special session if you want, or just eliminate that whole process altogether, and do an executive order that you did like you did before in the Pare Salapit program. So how much more excuses do we need of not wanting to pay the people of Guam?
The response from Governor's Communication Director Crystal Paco San Agustin, quote, "The good senator is anxious to spend money we don't have yet without the federal guidance these funds must comply with," unquote. More on Wednesday's oversight hearing with the Guam Police Department. The Legislative Committee on Public Safety questioned the agency on the Jerry Kitchen case that has become a matter of great concern.
The Jerry Kitchen restaurant located in Tamuning was destroyed last month after a red Jeep slammed into the storefront. GPD initially closed the case, reporting it was an auto runoff crash without conducting any field sobriety test and citing the driver for imprudent driving. However, after it was learned that an off-duty cop was inside the vehicle, this suggested it was another case of public corruption and misconduct, as the handful of people involved in the incident walked away scot-free. And our senators want some answers.
There's just so many unanswered questions, people involved, and I think you might be able to answer this question, is who was in the vehicles?
We don't provide names of witnesses, and in this case, because they were identified as occupants, so they're also witnesses to the crash. So we don't provide names.
If you have a citation of an individual who pulled over for speeding or something like that, it's not like these tickets are hidden from anybody
Right,
with a name on it.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. There was no DWI arrest.
Well, even on speeding, even a speeding ticket, right? I mean, your documentation is not like private or hidden from the public to find out. I mean, we can really look through these documents and see, okay, this individual.
So Senator, I think what I can do in the interest of your question,
sure.
let me at least confer with the AG's office if whether or not that's publicly disclosable information as to who the operator of the vehicle was.
Further into the hearing, committee acting chair Senator Frank Blas Jr., who is a former police officer, voiced his opinion on the department's response and investigation on the case.
And please understand, okay, I mean, just even granted that I think that most individuals, unless you were up at 1:30 in the morning and you witnessed this accident yourself, but based on the photographs and everything, and I understand where the community is coming from, and as far as the concern of how this investigation, there was something didn't match with regards to the result of the preliminary investigation and what you saw in the photographs. You got a Jeep that's trying to execute a left turn from Route 1 into Route 14. It jumps a curb, goes clear across a parking lot into a building, and it's imprudent driving.
Right. And so we're looking into that, sir.
Okay? Yeah, and I'm talking to three guys who I know. We went through the same traffic investigations course. Okay?
This investigation is ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Similar to the chief of police, airport executive manager John Kanata now confirms that he too was contracted by the Secret Service toward the end of last year about their online gambling investigation. As we reported, airport police officer Jericho Santos was terminated after admitting to online gambling while on duty. Canata confirms he has completed his administrative investigation, resulting in Santos's termination and others who were issued adverse action. He would not say how many others because it is a personal matter.
Administratively, we did we're done with our administrative investigation.
Any
doesn't mean that if anything criminal comes out, that individuals that were administratively disciplined doesn't mean that they cannot be disciplined again.
According to Santos's case filed with the Civil Service Commission, he was turned on to the gambling app Poker Bros, by a police officer. Santos started his own online gambling group of up to 250 players, including other airport officers, police officers, firefighters, superior court marshals, and members of the National Guard. Additionally, allegations of gambling have surfaced at the Guam Port Authority and the Port Authority. You have an extra month to file your income taxes. The Department of Revenue and Taxation announced today that the income tax filing due date for individuals is extended from April 15 to May 17. This follows news that the IRS is pushing back its deadline to that date. In a statement on its website, the IRS said it wants to continue to do everything possible to help taxpayers navigate the unusual circumstances related to the pandemic. Guam DRT says this is an automatic extension, so taxpayers do not need to file any additional forms. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Former Guam Department of Labor employee Jerome Michael Cruz made his initial appearance in district court yesterday, and he instantly pled guilty. Cruz entered a plea agreement with the government and was charged with federal program theft and accessing protected computer in furtherance of fraud. As reported, the former temporary full-time employee bilked the federal program of over $13,000 and tried to obtain at least $80,000 in PUA-NEFPUC. He faces a maximum of 10 years in prison for the federal program theft count and up to 5 years behind bars for the accessing protected computer count. Additionally, a restitution amount may be imposed. Cruz is currently released on conditions. His sentencing was set for June 17th. Andersen Air Force Base has identified the service member who passed away earlier this week in the fatal motorcycle crash as Staff Sergeant Will S. Gonzalez. The off-base crash occurred on March 16th along Santos Hill in Tumon. According to a release from Andersen Air Force Base, Public Affairs Staff Sergeant Gonzalez was assigned to the 36th Security Forces Squadron. 36th Wing Commander Brigadier General Jerry Sloan states in the release, quote, Will was an outstanding member of Team Andersen and he will be deeply missed. We express our deepest sympathies to Will's family and friends as we navigate through this difficult time together. The crash was recorded as the island's fourth traffic-related fatality of the year and is currently under investigation by GPD. The Chamorro Land Trust Commission dealing with a dilemma after giving a piece of property to two different people. During Thursday's CLTC board meeting, it was revealed that in 1997, a residential lease was given to a lessee for a lot in Jigo, but then 10 years later, or in 2007, the same lot was given to someone else. The original lessee, Terry Malari, has been paying property taxes on the CLTC lot for over a decade.
I left many messages. I have a timeline, many messages with the different people that I met with, only to find out that it's no longer under my name. And I just found that out in 2020. I've been paying the taxes on this property since 2011. So today, I'm up to date on the property. And I was never informed. I just keep getting the runaround. I don't have any political ties. I don't have any connection. I'm asking for what's right. And so, yes, I'm very dumbfounded that this was given to someone and I was never contacted.
Another lot to the lessee who was given the same lot in 2007. The CLTC board tabled the measure until they can reach that lessee. Consolidated Commission on Utilities member Dr. Judy Guthertz has stepped down from her position. In a letter to CCU chairperson Joey Duenas, Guthertz wrote that family and other unforeseen matters necessitate this action at this time. She adds that it was a pleasure to serve the island as a commissioner and praised the management and employees of GPA and GWA. Chairman Duenas has advised the Election Commission of the new vacancy, which he said the GEC will need to address. The island recorded 4 new positive cases of COVID following a batch of 160 samples ran through various labs on Wednesday. 2 cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. Guam's COVID case count is now 7,780 officially reported cases since March of last year, 134 deaths, 28 active cases, more than 7,600 recoveries. 5 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is now at 0.3. As far as vaccination numbers, a total of 65,971 doses have been administered. 35,985 people have received their first dose of the vaccination or vaccines, while 29,986 people are fully vaccinated. The United States is averaging 2.5 million COVID-19 vaccine shots each day. That pace has put the Biden administration within striking distance of achieving one of the president's key goals when he took office. Skylar Henry reports.
The U.S. is on the verge of reaching 100 million COVID-19 vaccine shots, weeks ahead of President Biden's goal of doing it in his first 100 days.
We are doing a good job now, up to 2 to 3 million vaccinations per day.
Testifying before a Senate panel, Dr. Anthony Fauci says the vaccine rollout is going well, but warned the virus is still spreading in the U.S.
Literally every day that goes by and more people get vaccinated, we can stay ahead of what I would consider a race between our ability to vaccinate people and the emergence of variants.
Still, there is resistance from some to getting the vaccine and wearing masks.
What study shows significant reinfection, hospitalization, and death after either natural infection or the vaccine? It doesn't exist.
You're not hearing what I'm saying about variants. We're talking about wild type versus variants.
You want people to wear a mask for another couple years.
No.
You've been vaccinated and you parade around in 2 masks for show.
The Biden administration is also making a big push to get kids back into schools for in-person learning. The CDC says it's considering shrinking social distancing guidelines in schools from 6 feet to 3.
There are now emerging studies on the question between 3 feet and 6 feet. I'm aware of several that will be released in the next several days, and we are actively looking at our guidance to update it to address that science.
You need to do it now.
The White House also announced plans to spend $10 billion on COVID screening and testing in schools. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
And that's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only
One company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
It's Friday, March 19th on The Link. Good morning. We continue our look back at the last year under this pandemic with a couple of our takeaway interviews from on The Link and containing COVID. This next piece here, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. We caught him after he had caught the coronavirus, and he shared a very insightful and telling interview with us. Jay, when was this posted?
I want to say this was around like June, July.
Really?
Or maybe even so. I know it was fairly early on. Wait, did the governor contract COVID first before the LT? I think
it was the gov.
Yeah, I think the governor did first.
It kind of seemed like they got it at the same time.
Yeah, but what was kind of remarkable about the LT is he really went into great detail. Not so much about. I mean, he does talk about about how much physical pain he was in and some of the symptoms he had, but also the mental stress and just the isolation.
August 25th.
August 25th?
So we spoke with him on August 25th, 2020. Again, it's Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio describing his battle getting over COVID-19.
Lieutenant Governor for me.
Yeah, he's coming on right next. Okay, thanks. 8:20. Yeah, and on that note, let's just keep it going here in the KUAM News Zoom room and bring on Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Good morning, LT.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good
Hi,
morning,
Hi, day. Malongo, see, boy. So let's just let's start at the beginning. You had the COVID. Can you just walk us through what it was like for you? Because we had heard things and we were concerned, and we're so glad that you're here now.
Hey, well, I appreciate that, and I want to thank everybody for their prayers. But and there's so many people that are fighting it right now. But basically, I went through 9 days straight of a fever, Chris. And, I'm glad I'm on my 5th day without one. But it was really exhausting. I tell you, overnight probably was some of the worst periods of time. And didn't eat a lot. I think you can tell I dropped some baby fat. But I had a lot of family and friends that would drop things over to my front door, drink a lot of water, and just, be optimistic. But I have to tell you, it can get very grueling, and just thinking about all the other people out there that, are going through this by themselves. It is a tremendous thing to deal with. And I'm almost back to normal, but I'm not there yet. Yesterday I did a bunch of chores to, kind of clean things up, and was just a little tired, but I started re-engaging, and I would listen in on meetings and really not communicate much, but I'm really grateful that I'm able to be here at this point.
Was there any point when you were feeling ill that you felt as though you may need to go to the hospital?
Gosh, I tell you, it's the thought that creeps up in your mind when you're just in a feeling of despair. And what I did was I had a good friend that dropped off an oximeter, which is put it on your finger to kind of keep levels of your oxygen. So I was keeping track and making sure that my oxygen levels were there, and they were borderline at times. Wow. And there was one day that I thought maybe I might have to go to the hospital, but continuing to rest and just drinking water and continuing to just try and fight it, I was able to move past that.
Lieutenant Governor, I want to ask, because, when people get this, they're fighting it alone. So what was that isolation like for you?
Well, for me, it's a double-edged sword. So my partner, Matt, and I both had it. So we've been maybe fortunate that we're watching each other. And there are days where I had it way worse than he did. There are days where he had it, in fact, a few days ago, much worse than I. We talked that it was, being able to be there for each other. But there are many times where we're just in different rooms. Maybe sometimes we call each other on the phone just to make sure we're okay, but we're just kind of like immobile and just trying to be as comfortable as possible. But I have to tell you that, based on, some people were blessed. They didn't have as strong symptoms. Some people had it like me, where it's pretty rough. And some people are even worse, where it's even gotten themselves hospitalized, even younger people than me. So you just, it's true what they say, you just never know what the situation's going to be based on what happens to you personally. There doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason why some people get it worse than others. But with this volume of people that we have positive, more than 400 in the last month, there's a lot of people that are having a hard time out there. And I just, for people that are not sick and can offer some help, I would totally encourage, there's little things, the water, the juice, really the water. Sometimes you don't have an appetite, but just, having people come call over and check on you to make sure that if there's anything you need and to drop it, it really does play a big difference. I just encourage people that if you know of a loved one that has it, don't check them all the time because you want them to rest, but just make sure that, they have things. And there are a bunch of people, including some folks in the village that had just, dropped things, and it really is very gratifying. And it was very helpful, very helpful.
I just have to say, it really sounds scary, what you are describing and everything that you went through.
It's so crazy that there were about 3 nights in a row at night when you're just kind of almost thinking that you're kind of out of your body, where you're trying to rest, but then you're breathing, it's almost like you're breathing, but then there's your body or something. It's just really weird.
Yeah. Lieutenant Governor, as you lay in bed and you had that fever all those days in a row, was there ever a point where you kind of thought about people who are worse off than you with the pre-existing comorbidities? And did it at all kind of remind you
Chris,
of the decisions you got to make?
biggest terrifying thing for me was making sure or knowing that my mom, for example, was at risk of being contaminated by me. You know, and I had seen her maybe 3 days before I tested positive, and kept checking, you know, and unfortunately my sister has it. She's segregated in isolation from my mom and her two kids. Our house in Sinania they're able to separate it. But you know, that's the biggest fear is, you know, you have a mom that for sure shouldn't have this. And then and now, you know, she's taking care of, you know, my young nephews, making sure they don't have it. It's very, very scary. And a lot of people over the last few weeks, actually, especially the last week, I've been hearing more and more extended relatives and friends that have turned positive, people that I'm very concerned about because of their health issues. And so there's a lot of people out there that are going through this, and then there's even worse, there's a bunch in the hospital. Right. But
Do you, so when you hear someone like Tom, who was on our show earlier, about, yes, we're going to go out there and we're going to go protest down in Tumon because, you know, it's our constitutional rights. I don't know. Does that make you kind of angry going through what you're going through right now and seeing how it's affecting your family? And we've got 907 positive cases.
Well, I just tell them, wear your mask. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. You know, there's people that are going to do things, you know, that no matter what, they don't feel it's going to impact them. It's just really make sure you're not a danger to others. Right. Whether or not you don't care if you get it or not, you know, that's, you know, your choice. But if you have you may be the one that is at risk of giving it to somebody that you love, or that's in your family, or one of your colleagues, and think twice. Just be careful.
LT, I mean, I know we're in a heavy PCOR 1 lockdown now, and the people have been hating on it and haven't just, I mean, I don't even want to say recovered, because it sounds like you're still having a little bit of a hard time with it. What's your message to those people? Because I think you're in a place where you can kind of talk about why we need this lockdown, having the COVID.
Well, I know that people are kind of restless because it's been since March since we've been dealing with this. But quite frankly, we have over 900 cases on Guam now, with 400 of them just been diagnosed since this month started. We are definitely in a bad situation. And in order to improve things, we have to take drastic action like the governor has authorized in her executive order. It's not anything that anyone would want to do. People love their freedoms, they love their liberties. But in order to try and make sure that we can sustain ourselves and that our healthcare system is able to care for the sickest of those that are battling this and all the other things that they're dealing with. On top of COVID, we also have a community that is not the healthiest. And if we're going to be able to fight this and respond to people's healthcare needs, then this sacrifice is definitely something we need to take together. And it's not going to be forever. You know, we just continue to monitor the situation and do things to get us into a better outcome than where we have been in the last few weeks, especially.
Do you think that we're going to have to extend this current version of PCOR 1 beyond this Friday, Lieutenant Governor?
Not sure yet. Well, I'll be monitoring it daily. I have a call that I'll be jumping on in a few minutes to get an update on what's going on with all the situation with GMH and public health.
Well, thanks for coming on. You need kadu or what? How's your appetite? Are you hungry yet, LT?
Thank you so much. I'm good for now.
Okay, yeah.
Let's get through this.
Yeah, right. So, Lieutenant Governor,
It's good to see you guys.
It is. Yeah, it's good to see you.
Take care.
Take care. Wash your hands. Be safe. All right.
All right.
There you go. Well, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on what we hope is the tail end of his bout with COVID. Wow, definitely a different Lieutenant Governor than we're used to having. I was just thinking last night during the first lockdown when we lost Easter. Lieutenant Governor had made that commitment that we're going to redo Easter, and he had said something like, if anything, just so I could see Chris in a pink bunny suit.
No, you know what? I had a similar thought, Chris, because I wanted to say I've known, and I'm gonna.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
breaking news for you this morning is we have confirmed that former First Lady Roseanne Atta has passed away peacefully at home with her family by her side. This confirmation coming from Senator Tony Atta, of course, former First Lady Roseanne, the wife of former governor, two-term governor, former Governor Joseph Atta. So our condolences going out to the family. I know that the former First Lady was very active in the disability communities, right?
Right, and I think when we bring on our next guest, we could speak about her. But I know that she was very, like you said, active. She was the former director, I believe, of the Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disabilities.
Right, and you know, I mean, just my experience meeting her a few times, because I did do a little work with former Governor Joseph Atta, and you know, really kind of growing up in that Maulik time. You remember that? With the turquoise and the white, and so definitely a lot of memories of the former First Lady from my childhood. And you know, for, Mayor Robert Hoffman, Sinania, I know that you were familiar with the former First Lady.
Yes, and our hearts go out to the Atta family. I know that Uncle Joe is a great guy. He always came around to pick up the paperwork just for her for our board meetings. And I always thought that, well, you know, imagine that, you know, the former governor, but he was a very loving husband to her and very caring. So, you know, former First Lady Roseanne was part of our Gumamami board, and she did work a lot into the disability community. She was a strong advocate, and she was very gracious, even when she was First Lady. So, you know, I don't think there was ever a bad thing ever said about her. She was just very nice and very out there and very caring. So, you know, it's just shocking. I know that a few years ago, when I chaired the inauguration committee, we really wanted her there. And at that time, she was already falling ill. And so, you know, Governor Atta came on his own there, and he, you know, he just said she would love to be here. And, you know, that's just how she was. She, you know, she was willing to accept the invitation to go. You know, she tried her best, but, you know, our condolences to her. So it's a real shock to us here. And I'm going to let our Gumamami board members know she had to get off the board this last time. So we had an election, I think, last year, and she said she can no longer serve. And so, you know, we will remember her. But for many years, she was there just always being a champion.
Well, again, our condolences to former Governor Joe Atta and their family.
Right. And Mayor Robert Hoffman of Sinania joining the link here. Mayor Hoffman, as the Vice President of the Mayor's Council during the height and the duration of the pandemic, or at least during the last year, was a frequent guest here on the show, and really, I think, kind of demonstrated how hard and how much the mayors and their staffs were really responding to this pandemic. I mean, there were times where we went, you know, weeks without hearing from some of our highest elected officials, but the mayors were down there at the village level getting their hands dirty, which is, you know, very risky in the COVID era, passing out meals and really just kind of cluing us here on the link in on how people were suffering out there in the real world. I mean, sometimes it's hard to get a look at that from inside the studio. So, Mayor Hoffman, we're very grateful that you shared so many moments with us during this pandemic.
Thank you. It's been a very interesting 2020, and you know, on Sunday night, I prepared a text for my staff, and I said, imagine that it's been a year and everything we've gone through, and on top of that, we had not just our normal duties, we had the COVID duties, but we also had an election just for us to get reelected. And I really congratulated the staff and the team for really rising above and really putting their best foot forward. They never once closed, unlike other agencies. The mayors never shut their doors. You know, when the governor came on TV Sunday on March 14th and said, you know, the government's going to close down, we still went to work the next day and the next day and every day since then. And it's been an interesting journey, and there's a lot of things in retrospect we would love to have done over. And I really want to thank you two for really just helping push that our concerns out there and putting that pressure on, because a lot of the times we weren't being heard until, you know, and we understand sometimes it was never even the front office, it was public health folks, or it was other folks along this chain that felt that, hey, why should we include the mayors? And now there's that lesson learned and that corrective action that got taken. So, you know, we're at what, 605 or 6 of the JICs already. And, you know, we just don't want people to get COVID lazy on it. but we've really seen a big change in how things and information is relayed. And there's things that we really wish we would have done more. And one of the things is really just notifying us about where the home isolations were. That was a huge concern, and it was still a concern. And we're glad that they had now the isolation facility where they were willing to take people up there. But there were a lot of things that we could have done better, forcing us on one end, and some of the expenses we have that the 3 recovery acts that got passed is helping infuse some of the things and better equip us, because our safety, I mean, we were only we were able to be vaccinated, I think the 3rd or 4th in line of the whole bunch. And so we were still scared, and senators got it, and all the other people were like, wait, what about us? Hurry up and try to figure out our staff have everyday engagement. So we were just where we are where we are now. But could there things been better? I think everyone would agree that some things could have been done, but we're very happy. We're at a low number and we're moving on.
Mayor, was there at one point, and I'm sure there were several during this pandemic, did you kind of hit bottom? There was a time when I went out and I looked at the lines out here for people getting the grab and go meals from GDOE, and it just, I had an idea, but not like to see it right in front of my face. So was there ever a time where you were just out there, whether it was delivering meals or just otherwise interacting with people in the community? I know that COVID hit close to your office. So describe for us, if you will, those moments where you really struggled with it.
And I think the hard part and the heartbreak that we had to deal with is meeting families who lost people and trying to figure out a way, how can we really give them the respect and the honor and just really grieve with them. In our culture, we're a very touchy-feely culture. And so, not being able to hug them and just say you're sorry, and then, they don't really want to plan funerals because they want all their parties and mullies and friends to come in when, you're told you can only have so many. It's devastating. And you stand there in the room because you're part of the government officials that sit there and have to make the decisions and saying, this is how we're going to keep our people safe. So that's one of it. And then, yes, seeing the food lines and, seeing who comes up. And we always tell people, don't ever be ashamed to come get this, let's just be happy it's here. And, so people are in cars. And what made me, I guess, really hurt a lot was seeing lines for services of things that people really needed, and when government shut down and kind of changed, and to hear that you have to camp out to get an ID, or you have to wait days for certain paperwork, and people are asking, where's my food stamp renewal? Where's my Medicaid renewal? You have these people on edge, and so it creates a lot of stress. And I don't think the government should ever have a role in putting stress on people, right? We're supposed to be there to relieve that stress and not create it, and saying, here you go, this is the problem, and we're going to make it different for you. So, we're those are the pressures that we felt, and, you get drained at the end of the day. And we're still doing food distribution. We're actually doing that today with commodities and the USDA boxes. But, some of the programs that were rolled out by Congress, which the government had to adopt, took several weeks, sometimes months. I mean, Bree, you were honest about the homeless shelter for, I think it took 5 months. And it just showed the process of procurement, government, and everything that else had to come with it. And that's the realities that we have to face. And so, I think we're better off in other places, but there are some things we need to be able to respond to immediately. And a lot of us were responding to it without PPEs. And, we're just figuring out what can we do, putting bandanas around our faces and saying, okay. And so it's us making the request. We need more sanitizer. We need more this and that. And so it was heartbreaking and it was hard, but, we always rose above it and tried our best. So just like a typhoon, we figured out a way, and we banded together and helped each other. So the community also responded very well and handled it, well. Those who were better off came out and did what they could.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of it was frustrating, really. I think for both of us to continually hear that mayors weren't getting the due props that they deserved the onset of all of this, and getting the what you needed to handle this. Because you're right, every time, and we've said this so many times in the show, whenever there is a disaster, who do you go to first? Who do people call? They call their mayors. And so just hearing again at the beginning how you guys are kind of left out of the loop just really kind of pissed me off, because it's like, hello, even for the media, who do we call when something's happening in a village? We call the mayors, because they know exactly what's going on and what to do. And like you said, even till this day, you guys are still stood up, still helping, still out there. Whether it's the vaccination clinics that you hold in your villages or help with the homebound vaccinations. So having said all of that, with the $661 million, are you aware, if you guys are going to get anything out of that?
Well, we did have several talks with the governor's office about where the mayors can fit in this. And so one of it is, we asked about covering our shortfalls. As you know, the legislature, when it passed the budget, we were really shortchanged on a lot of our fuel costs. And so that was the reason where Mayor Ernie, and we had that discussion with the Mayor's Council, if you remember, where he walked out and it got contentious for a while, is because all the villages were short. And so we're hoping that that money is also used to help cover some of the shortfalls where we use, because we did use a lot more fuel because we're doing the meal deliveries. And, concurrently we were running COVID, we're doing our office. And then you remember we had several bouts of pretty bad weather where we had flooding. So we were having to address that at the same time, Thank God that we didn't have any typhoon, because it was like that would have, really stretched what we had to do. But, there's some things where we end up spending more money on. Cleaning supplies was one of it. So getting those reimbursed is good. And then we were able to have great discussions about the Education Stabilization Fund and what roles mayors can play, because the mental health of children is very important in part of this COVID. And mayors really help organize village sports, summer camps, and after school programs. And so how can we revamp this, better equip it, and make it safer for kids to come back and kind of just have that sense of normalcy? So it's an ongoing discussion we're having, and we're excited about it, because now it's the time to say, okay, here's where we can kind of move some money and bring these kids back, because that's something they asked, Mayor, can we play basketball? Can we go in the baseball field? And I said, you can do this on your own, but you can't do it with a team setting because of the COVID restrictions. Just the other day, we had our first gathering, and we had a Manumco activity. And I opened up the office and I had the Manumco come, they did everything. We followed all the rules that were there, and just so they can see each other in the same room. Mm-hmm. And it was just amazing. They were smiling, they were happy, and they were all vaccinated. And we talked about some of the COVID things that we can do better. And it kind of helps us understand how we safely can reopen. And it showed us that we need more personnel to help sanitize and move things around. We need to be able to serve them their coffee and water instead of them all going and touching one, coffee carafe or something. So we're trying to figure out what we can do, but just to get a handful of Manumco in the same room to talk was a great experience. So we just had this past Wednesday, and these are the things we want to do moving forward, is how can we slowly reintroduce some of this, because our biggest concern was that the dementia is setting in. Socialization is very key for stopping dementia, and a lot of the Manumco that we were able to talk to, their families are pleading, can you just at least let them meet others and have this discussion? And so we saw those aha moments where they first came in, they looked a little lost, and then it came back like second nature. They were talking, they were just asking each other how a whole year went. And so we really wanted to do it because it was a year exactly when we closed down and when we lost Mrs. Jesus. And so it was that anniversary, and we said, for this anniversary, we're going to bring you back here and let's just have a discussion and talk. And so we had an activity with them, and they loved it, and they just can't wait to get back to normal.
Oh man, there's all this talk about reopening tourism on May 1st. We got to do this, we're gonna, all that. But have you heard any conversations about reopening the senior centers?
The discussions is how can we safely do that? And this is why we kind of did it ahead of schedule versus everybody else. We kind of took the lead, and our thing is, what do we need? And we flat out all agreed we need air purifiers in the room. And so that was a request we made to Homeland, who sent it up to FEMA. It's actually at BBMR right now, waiting to be approved, funded. Hopefully it gets approved. I don't see why not. It's a very valid request. Something I'm not asking for a 747. I'm asking for air purifiers for the center, specifically for the health. So, and then we know we're going to need an increase in staffing for that, somebody to come in and regularly sanitize the restroom, wipe down the high touch surfaces, because the Manamco also need to move. We don't just want them to come in and sit down and that's it. And, don't, sit here for 5 hours, Nana, and don't move. It's not really them. And so they want to at least get up and walk around and at least go get water, go get some snacks. So we know we need more personnel. So we're going to be making that request first thing next week and asking how can we get that. So if we can use some of the recovery money to cover some of those costs, at least for the next 2 years, until it's really deemed safe, because even if you're vaccinated, you can still catch it. But a lot of them were willing to take that risk to just say, you know what, can we just meet and talk? So they lovingly agreed to keep their masks on the whole time. I was happy about that. But just to see them in that setting, we showed them the renovations we did, and they were shocked to see the community arts hall being built. They were shocked to see that we renovated the community center. So it kind of worked out for us because we didn't have to move them out while we were renovating and tearing up the floor and the walls and the windows. But, just to see that, that was probably the highlight of my year so far, is just seeing them back in that setting. And they gave our staff a standing ovation, because they were like, thank you for bringing our meals. Thank you for every month we gave them gift bags. And there were so many companies that helped donated these bags, and we gave them a bunch of stuff. And they're like, you just made us fatter. They said, we probably have diabetes now, boy, but we're okay. And so I said, it's all for you. If COVID's not going to get you, we'll get you with diabetes. So just that was a great thing. So we're excited to see if we can use the ESF funds. We're excited to partner with GDOE. We're excited to partner with the governor's office. So a lot of us, our discussion is we're ready, we're willing. Let's see it actually happen where the money's in our accounts and, we have the groundbreakings or we buy those things, because, I'm one for, there's always a lot of great talk. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. And, somewhere along the line, someone might find something wrong with it and say, well, no, this is the priority. Or the legislature might say, no, let's send it here or there, not realizing you're right. Tourism's one thing to get the economy up, but that normalcy is, we don't want to lose that valued memories that they have. And they have that history with them, and I don't want to lose that. And, they know what day it is, they know what year it is. And, they know that liberation's coming up. They know all these things are coming up, and they just want to find a way to just really live out the rest of their golden years.
Well, Senator Amanda Sheldon, she's got some pull. You should call her up. See if she can get some emergency purchase orders or something for you guys. Some sole source procurement.
We'll see.
I'm just kidding.
Good
Come
one.
on, people.
Good one. Well, we'll see what we can do, but, yeah, I know. It's a wonderful Friday humor, right? So, but no,
like, I don't want to touch
we
this.
just want to thank that, we were able to get some things done, and and we want more stuff for we want for the kids. We want more computers for our after school program. We want safer spaces. Some of our places need new air cons, which really can filter out some of those things. Some of the air cons that we were doing the surveys with our centers are 10, 11, 12 years old. And I'm like, wow, I think you get better energy efficiency. Number two, you get better cleaning on this. So that's one of the things. And then some of the things are like awnings for places. So you're not having these lines of people who are going to have to stand out in the sun while they wait for services. Like, hey, can we just use some of this money to erect awnings and permanent things? Because this is not, hopefully this is the last pandemic we have to deal with, and let the next 100 years have to deal with this one. But, for, other things that we're having to deal with, this is where we feel that, hey, we can make the investment in our centers, getting different size tables, so we can accommodate more people safely in a separated way versus one person per 6 foot table. And I'm like, that's a really big table for one person. And I said, if we get a 4 foot table and we can space them out better, we can have room in between for people to pass. And so these are just the things that we're talking about as mayors. And we're running that, and as you know, we're doing stray dog roundup, we're doing junk collections, we're doing all the other things, so it doesn't stop.
Yeah, and you talked a lot about you and your colleagues, the things that you've been doing over there in Sitahania, but it is 1 year later, and COVID doesn't just affect us in our professional capacity, but in our personal capacity, just being a husband and a father, and a son. So tell me about that side of yourself and as you reflect on COVID.
I'm 100%. Well, I'll read a statement written by my wife. I'm 100% happy for my wife that she was home the whole time. Now, she wrote that. No, she's been a great partner. She actually took off work a lot to be here, and she decided to telework from home so she can be here with the kids for homeschooling and our online working and online school. So she did an amazing job, and I'm just like, every time the kids' report card comes out, I'm like, that's you, honey. That's I help a little bit. So I committed to doing laundry and cooking and doing the cleaning. Well, I said, if you can handle the school, I'll do everything else, because I said so she did a great job. And then, my mom is one of the seniors as part of the senior citizens, and she's on me, and she actually does a great, I've asked her, I said, Mom, can you reach out to the seniors? So she does wellness checks 3 or 4 times a day to all the seniors, and she's calling her friends and her table mates. And so, the seniors are calling me and they tell me, I think your mom's lonely. She keeps calling me. I'm like, she's actually calling me because I'm asking her. My mom's not lonely. I'm like, no, she's not lonely. She's actually calling you because I asked her to. And, it's a better way to just have a discussion. So she brings to me issues. And so, she's an extension of my office. She's a free laborer for me. So she's like, so-and-so needs this. Tan Maria needs this. Auntie Tildy needs this, and we try to find a way to make it happen. And she lets us know about appointments. So she's been a real champion. My dad, he's one of those. He has dementia. So she also is having to deal with that at home. And so he's also a senior participant. So getting him into some kind of socialization was important for me too, on a personal level. So we had that challenge. So it's been great. And, my brother also, he was affected. He lost his job because of the pandemic. So he's out there actively looking. So, you're right. It's not just affecting me in my office, but I'm having to deal with family situations. And so, I'm blessed to have that circle of support, but, I feel for those that don't have that circle, who don't have that support network there, because that's vital for me being able to do my job. But, that's where you see these families that are struggling, that, with addiction issues and family violence, because their support networks are fractured. And so it gets concerning, and, how can we short that up? And a lot of the parents are stressed. They don't have the luxury of teleworking at home. So somebody has to teach this kid, schools need to safely reopen and other things. So it is hard. So I don't want to say I'm blessed, but I think that they understood what I had to do on it. And, I don't want to say we're better than anyone on it, but, a lot of the people who are in the government and the private sector who really stood up and shored up and did everything, you guys did. I think it was great. And so, you're there every morning. So somebody's having to do something that you're not there for. And so there are things you missed. And, when we missed all the wonderful celebrations. So we're hoping by July 21, we can have a new reason to celebrate our liberation and just we really encourage everyone to get vaccinated. I think Sinahanya's village vaccination is on April 2nd. We're just waiting for the time. And once that happens, we're gonna ask for more than just the 100 they normally give, because I know we can push our people to come out.
Well, we certainly thank you, Mayor Hoffman. It's good to catch up with you. Thank you to you, your staff, and all of our village mayors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mayor.
You too. Stay safe.
All right. 7:34. We just got word from Public Health Director Art San Augustine. We're going to get some public health folks on at 8. So that's also pretty cool, because then we can talk to them about their look back in the last year. And maybe we even ask about the next one too. 7:34, another familiar face from Containing COVID and the link as well. Dr. Peter Lombard joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good
How
morning.
Are you?
We're doing good. Let's just start there. So reflecting back on the last year, I mean, you were with us from, reporting zeros and ones before the second surge to just right down in the trenches with us, predicting the number of deaths that we were going to have from COVID-19. So the highs and the lows, you were right here with the people of Guam. So really value your perspective. And what are you kind of thinking? Because I think we're all going through this like inventory in our minds of what happened in the last year. And some of us, I feel like in my case, this thing just went so fast, and we were in here like every day, and I didn't really have time to kind of sit and think about a lot of things until recently. So, and I know a lot of people are kind of going through that same thing. So go ahead, Doc. What are your thoughts on this last year?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting listening to your show the past few days and weeks. sounding more like a eulogy to COVID, the way everybody's reflecting.
Right.
But first, I'd love to say thanks for having Mayor Hoffman on, and boy, we are so lucky to have public servants like him. I mean, he is just an amazing mayor. And as someone who lives in Sanahani, whose business is in Sanahani, I'm so grateful. I feel so fortunate to have him as our leader here. No, I think when looking back, I think a lot of what we're feeling is fear of the unknown, and we didn't know which way this was going to go. We had a little bit of confidence, overconfidence in the summer months, and then you saw just the horrendous numbers in the late summer and fall. And that really, it could have gone either way. We could have kept going in that direction, but thankfully, with consistent measures in place, we were able to turn things around. And now that we've had a number of good, consistent low months, and the vaccine rollout is going well, that I think we're all starting to take a deep sigh of relief, and that just pit of fear of not knowing what's going to happen, I think is subsiding to a significant degree. You just have expert after expert coming on and saying that we're probably through the worst of it, while the variants are still a concern, and while, by the way, there are some parts of the world which are still going through the worst of it right now. Brazil, Eastern Europe, their numbers are horrible right now. As bad as we've seen in any other country at any time. It's that bad right now there. So, got to be super lucky. I was looking at our population fatality rate. That you just take the total number of deaths that we've had from COVID and divide it by our population, and we've had less than 1 out of 10,000 of our people die from COVID. And there are some counties in the United States where that number is 1 out of 250, and it's just an astounding number. So even if we did perhaps undercount some of our deaths, and that's possible. I think when the final mortality numbers come out for the season and for 2020, we're going to see that there were a lot more deaths than should have happened, and we didn't account them. But even if we did undercount them, we still, our report card in terms of population fatality is pretty good. But you've always got to compare yourself to yourself and say, how much better could we have been? And that's the other side of this. And that's what I think a lot of the reflection is going back to saying, how did we do? And what could we have done different, better? How do we prepare next time? Because, that's still 135 people that that didn't make it through this, and perhaps even more. You guys feeling very grateful for where we are today.
Doc, there was a point late last year where we had you on, and just going over the statistics and tracking the number of deaths that we were going to see. And I remember you would kind of predict that, hey, we're going to see 9 deaths in the next 2 weeks. And there was a couple times where we prayed to God you were going to be wrong. Like, I just wanted you to be so wrong. Like, I wanted you to be like... I
didn't even want you to come on. I was like, no, I don't want to hear it. No.
But I wanted you to be like Dr. Cabrera first doomsday projection wrong. Like, every time, right? But you weren't, And so... what was it kind of like? Because I know that in the medical profession, right, there's a certain amount of, like, you have to detach, I guess, right, and kind of take a look back. So in reporting these very real numbers and making these very real predictions, as kind of the same thing was going on around the world, how did you kind of take that task to heart?
Well, I think we definitely learned to compartmentalize. Everybody learns how to do that to some degree. You got your work, and then you come home, you got to compartmentalize whatever's happening at work. So, when you're doing, exercises like this, I think you just go into the details that, for right or wrong, you kind of try to just take your emotion out of it, and just, you want to provide useful information for people. And however doomsday might sound or appear, I think knowing what's coming, for some people at least, knowing what's coming, having an actual perception of what is actually happening out there, I think is important to a lot of people, because you're hearing a lot of stuff from a lot of different people, and some of them are very wrong. So it's nice to have a true interpretation of what's actually happening out there. So that's what I tried to provide, and honestly, it was as much for me as for anybody else. I kind of just feel like I need to wrap my head around the situation and what we're in for. Partly because too, we all wanted to have a lot of faith in our leadership and our public health system, but at the same time, we're especially when we didn't know what was going on, you're kind of like, what if they're missing something, And I think that was a lot of what you guys do is, what if they're missing something or they're not saying something that's 100% true. We want to know those sort of things rather than be surprised by them later. So I think there was a lot of extra effort going in to try to, even pick apart, the plan and the numbers that we're seeing. So I definitely think transparency and consistency in the messaging there was some that could have been a little bit better on. I think the governor did a self-assessment, and was, as she said,
we're the most transparent
pretty
ever.
Proud of the job that we've done. And again, if you look at our numbers, there's a lot. There is a lot to be proud of, but at the same time, I don't think I find it hard to believe any leader of any successful organization would think that there's nothing could have been done differently. I mean, there's always things that could have been improved on, even if it's just speed. I personally, looking back, I'd say, look at our contact tracing manpower, I think was lacking. I think our testing capacity could have been better. I think rolling out some of these technology applications could have been done a little bit quicker and or more robustly.
Yeah, Doc. I mean,
especially early on getting a good data dashboard. I mean, there's so many things you could say that could have been improved on.
It was kind of mind-boggling. I mean,
I look at the numbers and it's hard to argue with where we are.
Right. But you definitely don't want to give yourself an A+ when 135 people died. When 100 or tens of thousands of people lost their jobs. Whether or not that was your fault. But yeah, right. I was kind of like, don't do that. Don't give yourself an A+. Humble it out a little bit.
Well, I think just throughout this past year, you really helped us a lot here at KUAM, because every time there was a presentation, sometimes it wasn't easy to understand. And so when you came on and you helped flesh out other people's numbers, then you provided your numbers. It just made it easier, I think, for people just listening at home to digest and to interpret in English and in layman's terms. So, I'm really appreciative, because I think you were very integral in reaching the masses and letting them understand and warning them what was to come. So thank you so much.
What I think was key about you, Doc, was that you weren't part of the establishment, right? Where I think because of just like, because the governor, lieutenant governor, the senators, even, they're all politicians, right? So, and these doctors in the PAG, I mean, I know that for the most part, they want to give us, honest and accurate and real information, but some of those that are really folded into this response can't, because of the political ramifications or, the political messaging. And so I think that's why people appreciated what you kind of brought to the table, because it was a truly independent look at the numbers. And there wasn't like, I didn't feel like you were skewing the numbers or you were trying to like fabricate, any kind of metric from those numbers. And I think that's why people were kind of into it. And I would get like messages from, senators, mayors, talking about your presentations on this show. So I know that people were definitely paying attention.
Well, thank you for those kind of comments. I mean, we all come with our own personal biases, some that we don't even know that we have. And it was frustrating to see that even within my own professional circles. And I try to be understanding those. Sometimes you don't even know the biases that you have, and somebody tries to explain that to you, you sort of get a little bit defensive about it. So, it was a stressful time for everybody. So I'm grateful that if I did play a small part in trying to explain what's happening out there, then that makes me feel like it was worthwhile. So thank you.
Of course. What do you got? You got any, you've been crunching stats lately? I know the numbers have been really low, so I'm kind of curious what your take is on the data.
Well, we talk about the data. Initially, we were asking for we got 5 new cases. Tell us more about that. Initially, it was like, gosh, where do these 5 cases come from? And now we're, some days we see 0, and then you'll see one day where you see 6 or 7 cases, and you're like, That's interesting. Well, where are they? Where are they coming from? I think that's kind of interesting right now. It's not as scary as it used to be, but at the same time, you're like, well, where could those cases have possibly come from? If our numbers are so low, why can't we get to zero? So those sort of questions are still there. But overall, when you look at where we are, we talk about mobility. I don't have any charts for you today, sorry, but I did look at our most recent.
This interview is over. Boy, you're just mailing it in now. You're like, PCOR 3, I don't need no charts.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you guys. But yeah, we're still a little bit below the baseline. We're about maybe 12-15% below baseline. We've been ticking up a few days, have gone above the baseline, but overall we're still not moving around, at least by driving data, as much as we used to. And it looks like about half of our recent cases have been identified in quarantine. And that's a whole nother topic on its own. I mean, I think that definitely you can point to those positive cases that we identify in quarantine as a success story for us. But then you look at a place like Hawaii, and it's like, you don't want to compare too much, but hey, they're an island. They're much bigger than we are. They get a lot more international travelers than we do. They don't have government quarantine, and they've still been able to, just using pre-test PCRs or pre-travel PCRs, they've still been able to keep their numbers down, which has actually been an extremely surprising result for them. They have so many people still vulnerable because they haven't had a major surge like we had. So I've just been astounded. They've been so, gratefully, so wonderful that they've been able to do as well as they could. But is that an example of a well-implemented program that could still keep positive cases out? Because I think, again, the worst thing that could happen now is we get one of these really bad variants here, and which have been shown to have translability and increased lethality. But even the Pfizer vaccine, and which it seems like most of our population has had the Pfizer, has activity against these variants, as you guys have heard of by now. So I'm really feeling pretty confident about where we are. We just have many less susceptible people. And what was the primary endpoint of the vaccine is decrease the serious cases and decrease the number of deaths. So even if our cases do happen to rise from a variant, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of serious cases and deaths out there. Just to touch briefly on our vaccination numbers, the goal, I read an article, 50% of the adult population, so that's about 62,000 people they'd like to see vaccinated by before May 1st. I think that's super ambitious. I think if you want to talk partially vaccinated, I think that's possible, but I don't think it's realistic for full 2 doses. But partial vaccination and 62,000 adults in Guam is fantastic. I think that's partial vaccination is better than no vaccination, and whether or not they're going to use the partial vaccination as saying we got to 50%. I think that remains to be seen, and it still would be a very good success story for Guam if we're able to get there. We're still doing very well comparatively to the rest of the U.S. states, but we're about 18% fully vaccinated, and only about 22% partially vaccinated. When some states have now far surpassed even Guam in terms of the partially vaccinated. But if we get all remaining shots that are on island right now, if we use all those as a first vaccination, we'll be at about 58,000. So that's already pretty close to the 62,000 goal that was stated previously. So things are looking good on the vaccination front, and it would be great to get to that point by May 1st. But one point I make: if you look at the vaccination numbers for our local travel, big travel sources, Japan, PI, North Korea, they're abysmally low. I mean, like incredibly low numbers of vaccinated people from Japan. The Philippines is probably the worst, and even North Korea, who's been a super success story and how they've handled the pandemic. I don't understand why they're not vaccinating faster. It's really mind-boggling, and they're a big source of tourism for us. So even if we open our doors and say come to us, I don't know how comfortable. Well, I don't. There's 2 sides to it. How comfortable are they sending people here, but also how comfortable are we receiving people who have not been vaccinated. So that's another aspect to the story which hasn't been discussed very much.
Well, Doc, I would definitely thank you for coming on and looking back with us. Hey, and I mean, it's not over, so maybe we get you on in a few weeks to just kind of, check out what you're crunching and bring charts next time. No charts, no entry.
All right, I'll throw something together for you.
Right on. Have a good weekend, Doc, and appreciate your service.
Okay, thanks for having me on.
Okay, I'll see you. Jay, next time you got to check in for charts. Dude, you're supposed to be the gatekeeper.
Well, I was actually going to say I've got two things in common with Dr. Lombard. Is one we both took a very, very concerted interest in looking at the data from COVID, and two, our hair was decidedly darker when the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Both of us, we side message each other. It's like, dude, I think I've got you beat. Is it? No, I think I've got you beat this week.
Well, we posted that 1 year containing COVID anniversary clip, and my hair was way darker.
You were still a brunette, technically.
So I guess it's true what they say about stress and worry, and you're giving me gray hairs. And I got it because I never believed my grandma. I was like, that's scientifically impossible for me to give you gray hairs, Grandma. Well, guess what? It's true. Like so many things our elders say, it's true. Let's keep in the KUAM News Zoom room and bring on Margaret Hattori, who's the Dean of Nursing at the University of Guam. And that doesn't even begin to describe all the things that she did and was kind of in charge of during this pandemic, right, Bree?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, guys. I love Dr. Lombard. The guy's a genius. Thank you for always giving him a forum to talk and spread his intelligence.
Right.
We've always needed that.
Yeah. I always felt like he wasn't like a wacko, right? And he wasn't he definitely was not surgically attached to the administration's behind. So we definitely valued his perspective. Even if he didn't bring any charts, And then it's kind of hard.
I'm glad you guys have a sense of humor because, oh my God, this whole week, I know you've been going down memory lane and, on Facebook, some of us have been avoiding those unhappy memories, right? From a year ago.
Yeah.
It's just hard to believe that, this ends that whole first week of our state of emergency, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not really an optimist, as I'm sure you guys know. But it is kind of crazy to think that 1 year later that we're looking at vaccinating, half of our population. And I just really, we're so blessed as a community, and we've seen it time and time again, disaster after disaster. There's the people of Guam, when, we know what we have to do. We don't ask questions. We just get in there and do it. And so that's one of the things I kind of have a hard time just wrapping my mind around, Margaret, is looking back at all the pain and suffering of the last year and kind of seeing where we're at now, right? And it's just such a stark contrast from, we've had you on, you shed a lot of tears on this show. I cried, Bree cried. And what's it like to kind of sit here where we're at now and look back at those dark days?
Well, of course, I feel for a lot of our nurses and other healthcare workers because, we've come a long way, but we're, technically because it's a state of emergency, right? All government nurses are still under control of, where we still feel obligated by our duty as public servants. And we're still technically, activated in the COVID response. So it's not like we've had a break or, I just feel for like Margarita Gay, one of my best colleagues, best friends, you've had her on many times, Lillian Posadas, all those nurses, GMH, GRMC, and Ruth Gurusamy, HSP, we're still in the thick of it. They're doing homebound vaccinations. We're still taking care of people that are sick from other conditions besides COVID. We worry about other things like tuberculosis, right? That didn't go away, diabetes. So not to be a Debbie Downer, but yeah, we just, you kind of feel like we're so happy about the vaccination numbers, and Dr. Lombard's correct. Compared to Japan and our regions close by, we're doing very, very well. But it's still, there's still a long way to go. And for those of us trying to work out details, like, at the end of the month, you guys had me on about the temporary nursing assistants, and God bless them. They're still working at GMH, GRMC, and HSP and doing very, very well. And we threw these people out there to be a temporary nursing assistant to help in the pandemic in November. And now we're bringing them back next month to finish their nursing assistant program so they can be eligible to become full-fledged nursing assistants, take the board exam and pass and everything. So they'll have a career in healthcare. But just figuring out, how to do that safely, do I have a room big enough? And then bringing students back in the fall. It's just like there's so many details that still have to be worked through, which, God bless John Fernandez and Juan Flores, Mary Okada. We're all in that same boat of trying to figure it out and how to be safe. So I guess it's kind of a bittersweet week. Of course, I'm not going to cry today. Just kidding. I was crying earlier. Then I saw your text. I'm like, I haven't cried in a long time. I think I've been feeling really positive and upbeat. I think the most positive thing about this is that it tested the resilience of our already weak healthcare system and social service system. And I have seen the growth of the leadership and the commitment, right? I mean, I think no one on Guam can doubt the commitment of the mayors and their staff, the commitment of the nurses. We can't say, oh, those GMH nurses, they're not doing a good job. They're doing a great job, right? I mean, a whole new set of heroes, and they don't want to hear that word. Nobody really wants to be called a hero, but it's true. They've risen up through all of this pain and suffering, and they keep moving ahead. So I just want to say, anybody that knows someone that's, we've all been in this struggling, but those that are in healthcare and social services that can't take a vacation or can't take a break, give them a hug today if you can. I mean, if you're vaccinated and you're related and you live in the same household, just teasing. But man, I think this is the week those people, could use some extra loving and some extra care because, it's not over. Sorry. And we just have to keep moving ahead and get vaccinated. Sorry. I apologize.
No need to apologize, Doc.
I'm very positive though. I got to tell you, the flooding of the memories, I think, is happening for a lot of people this week. But I'm just so proud of Guam. Yesterday, on a great note, I was invited to present at the University of the Ryukyus. And of course, I'm thinking, what am I going to present? What do I know, right? And so luckily I was last, and I presented about Guam's, how we've dealt with the homeless situation, which thanks to the governor, lieutenant governor, and public health, we've been able to maintain, very, very, very low numbers in the homeless population, which, we all feared and you guys advocated for early on in the pandemic. So there's a lot of successes, and I shared our vaccination rates, showed them some pictures of the field house, the public health nurses doing their pods in the villages like Agate, Manila this week. But anyway, I was the last one, and I was so shocked because the person in charge, who's in charge of global health at the University of the Ryukyus, made several comments and said, Guam is way ahead. And he said, there's a lot we can learn from Guam. And I just got to say to people, stop thinking that we can't do it. Stop thinking that we're less than our mainland friends. People on Guam, we kick butt. We have the best support network, the best media that supports us. Our government is trying to do the best they can with the limited resources. Who knew in a global environment that we would be out there saying, here's our vaccination rate, or someone else saying, wow, you guys are just great. So, hats off to public health, the hospitals, HSP, the National Guard, of course. I love those guys. They're my latest heroes, right? Want to hug all of them. But yeah, thank you for giving me this forum and this opportunity to just thank the people of Guam for supporting us and doing their part, because it has been difficult for everybody, but but thank you guys.
No, thank you. I wish I could hug you too.
Yeah.
I'm okay now. My
Virtual hug.
momentary lapse of strength is over. I'm just so just got to be proud of Guam and proud of our people.
Yeah.
And let's keep moving forward, right? And
That's
those
right.
young ones, those 40-year-olds, get vaccinated.
Right on. Okay. Margaret, thank you. I know it's
Thanks.
last minute. I don't know if it's just this show. There's something in the water here, but every time you come on, there's always tears that are shed. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry about it.
No.
That's fine.
Think of them as tears of pride right now for
Right.
our island.
Yeah.
Really. And love for the people who continue to suffer, and just know that there are people out there that care. So it's great to be proud of our island and proud of all of our efforts. So thank you guys. Thanks for being able to say that.
I just want to recognize you and your advocacy, not just for the those who have suffered from COVID and just many sick people in our community, but also your advocacy for the homeless, because I really feel like it was you. Even before the pandemic, you and just kind of really pushing this information, and with the homeless issue for so many years, it was just something that we would just turn. It's uncomfortable to look at. I don't want to see it, and you guys really kind of helped bring it out to the forefront. And that is one of the COVID silver linings. We stood up a homeless shelter, so, and I think a lot of it is because you really kept people's feet to the fire. So good job.
Yeah, well, I don't know that. I'm just a tiny part of the whole picture, right? Can't do it without everybody else. So yeah, no. And you guys are a big part of that as well, especially the Lieutenant Governor's Interagency Council on Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. And Mayor Hoffman is leading that charge with the Lieutenant Governor. So, shout out to them. But no, I'm just a tiny part of the little, this big wheel that has to keep moving ahead. But thanks, guys. Happy Friday.
Well, Margaret, the
Let's
big
end the week
picture,
well.
the big picture is nothing without the details. So even the tiniest little cog makes the machine run smooth.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
Margaret.
you. Sorry.
Okay. That's
bye.
right on.
Bye.
A day. Wow. That's Margaret Hattori Uchima. What just really, I knew her before the pandemic. You know how Guam is, right? You just kind of run around, especially in the media, you meet people. But I really felt like, even though it's so strange how we really grew together with a lot of people during this pandemic, even though we weren't seeing them in person, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Jason.
You know
Hi.
what's most amazing about Dr. Margaret too is Bree actually, spotlit like a contribution that she's made to our community where, she's the dean over of the UOG School of Health, right? So she's doing, all the stuff, and like as we profiled in our UOG series, that school actually has 3 components. It's social workers, nutrition and dietary specialists, and the nursing school. And so in her spare time, and I use that in air quotes because there's very little of it, she would actually just walk over to the field house when they started doing the community test centers, and she's like, hey, I'm gonna glove up, I'm gonna gown up, I'm gonna mask up, and I'm gonna jump in and help distribute vaccination. She's a rock star.
Yeah. And not only that, Tyler actually did the interview with her and how she spends her lunch and free time over at the UOG vaccination clinic. But then she went back to do another interview, and then she interviewed her daughter,
And her
who
daughter did the
also
same thing, yeah.
goes over and volunteers.
No, and I believe when I interviewed her for the UOG thing, I said, how's your daughter doing, and is she on track? And she said her daughter is really working to get out into, professional nursing as quickly as possible. She's doubling up classes, and she really wants to, just get in the fight. And you can really see from, Margaret's character where that comes from.
It's 8:03. Guys, we're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam on the radio side. It's just one part of our multimedia broadcast. Again, we've got a KUAM News Facebook Live, and we're on the radio here on the Breeze 93.9. To our viewers in KUAM TV, jump over on the show. We're going in with public health, and we got the senators to talk about some of these expenditures that we were discussing yesterday. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está Adios. And we are back. We're going to take a quick break and come back with more of The Link next, right here on the Breeze 93.9 on the radio. Of course, we're live Facebook, KUAM News. Good morning. It's 8:04.
The Culture Club. Thirsty? We'll bring the drinks. The Bottle Shack is now available on Uno Go, delivering your favorite wine, beer, spirits, and more. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also, follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
From the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We have Dr. Suzanne Conachero, a Chief Public Health Officer, Laia Mendiola, Public Health Nurse, a Branch Director for Guam Community Health Centers, and Kathleen Fernandez, the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Community Health Centers, joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
And let's just thanks for joining us. And I know we want to talk about the village vaccination and everything that's going on with that effort, but we really kind of wanted to first start with maybe asking you guys to kind of reflect on the last year, maybe go over some of the key points for you guys, as you guys are, frontliners, obviously, on the front lines of responding to this pandemic. And so I know that you were right here along with us. I think we've had just almost all of you guys on the show, except for maybe Miss Kat. But, we shared a lot of moments together during this coronavirus pandemic. So I guess we'll start with you, Dr. Suzanne, just looking back, your thoughts on the last year under COVID.
So when the COVID response started, we started testing all the residents in all the various villages, right? So we progressed from testing. Now we're down to vaccination. So this is probably the end already of our journey. So hopefully that will go back to normal after everybody got vaccinated and go back to normal. So it's actually been almost over a year already since we started this response. So I'm hoping that we get everybody vaccinated by maybe June or July, so we can go back to normal, open up the island again, and see the tourists back. So we're just hoping. That's what we're trying. That's why we're trying so hard to do our vaccination outreaches, so people can have the opportunity to get vaccination. So we're giving all the opportunity to get vaccinated. We offer it at the UOG. Now we're going to the villages. We're going homebound. So it's a great effort on our nurses that they're doing this. So I'm really thankful of all the nurses at Public Health and GDOE, UOG, GCC. So it's an effort. So it's a great collaboration with all the nurses on that. So I'm very grateful for that, and I appreciate that.
And so, what about you, Kat? As you look back at the past year?
So I actually was reflecting with one of our nurses from the beginning. We were saying, oh, we can't wait for the vaccines to come in. It's going to take a year, and I can't believe we're here now. So in the recovery phase, all the nurses, I really thank them for their efforts, and the staff as well as the rest of the community. It really takes a team effort to get here at this point. So it's a really...
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, it's really it took a big effort and support for the rest of the team to get to this point now.
And Leanne?
Last year was like the longest year ever. It was like being in the Twilight Zone or something. Right. But reflecting, it is amazing how far we've come. From remembering back when the roads were so empty, everyone was on lockdown, talking about what it's going to take to overcome this pandemic, and now coming to where we're at now with heading out there, getting people vaccinated. It's surreal, I'm glad we're here now. I'm glad that we're trying to get everybody vaccinated. I know a lot of people are asking, when is it going to be their turn? We started 40-year-old and up yesterday, and that's a start to getting into our younger people. So like Dr. Kaneshiro said, hopefully by June, July, everybody will be vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. And so where are you guys at today?
Today we are down at the Agate Gym. We'll be doing vaccinations here for both first and second doses using Pfizer. We'll be here starting at 9 o'clock until 3 p.m. or until supplies last.
And I gotta ask, public health, aside from, everybody knows you guys are frontline, you have been working nonstop through this COVID response, but sometimes, people, you take criticism from people, and sometimes it's not so nice, right? And I just want to know, what kept you going through all of that noise, and doing what you got to do every single day. Dr. K, I know you've made some tough decisions. You've been on this show, and you've had to make, like I said, those tough decisions with people, who wanted to get out of quarantine, but they couldn't, especially in funeral type situations. And I think you were on. We had somebody on, and I think it even had to go to court.
So, the aim is to keep people healthy, okay? So if we have to quarantine people, we will quarantine people for the sake of everybody else on the island, right? So we hear the criticism, but it's still our goal is to get this island back to normal while everybody stays safe, healthy, right? That's our goal. So it doesn't matter what the criticism is, but our goal is to keep people healthy. So even if they criticize us for, why do I have to quarantine? I've been vaccinated. I have a negative shot. It doesn't matter. Yeah. The goal is to keep everybody healthy. So we take the criticism, but that's our goal. We're not gonna listen to everybody. We'll just take it as part of the job, right? And so we have to do what we have to do. In the direction of the governor and the director, that's what we're going to do.
Right. We thank you for what you do, good or bad, or this whatever you hear. Kat, I saw you shaking your head like, yeah, huh?
Yes. Well, because of course, I just see the looks of the nurses. I won't stop because I see their efforts, their dedication, their hard work. So just seeing their faces, that they're here to help the community, help prevent the spread, and of course the vaccination efforts. That's what keeps me going. Just seeing my colleagues keep going on and not stop, even though we work sometimes late at night, having late meetings. Also, again, early morning testing, whatever that needs to be done since the beginning.
And what about you, Leanne? What's kind of kept you going? What's been your motivation throughout this whole thing? Because this has definitely been a tough time for all of you frontliners.
Kat is absolutely right. It makes it so much easier to go into work when you work with great people, and we are blessed to have a great team in collaboration with the GDOE nurses. They have been amazing throughout this whole year in helping us. I don't think we'd be able to get through the year the way we did without them. And so I'm truly grateful for our GDOE nurses. At the same time, even though we hear the criticism, we go home at the end of the day, we're frustrated, tired, but the next morning we got to push on because we really do need to get our island back up and running like normal. So that drive to just get to normal pushes all that criticism down. And you know what? Sometimes criticism fuels you. People can talk negatively, but you take that and you learn from it, you move on. If you have to ignore it because they just don't know what they're talking about, then you do that. We gotta get out there. It's not easy doing what we do. People think that all we do is get out there and take direction, but it's more than that. It takes a lot of drive, a lot of perseverance, and that's why we're here. That's why we became nurses.
And we appreciate everything.
I'm very proud of the nurses. I'm very proud of these nurses. They work hard every single day. Whatever is asked of them, they do it. They have to go to the QFAC on Sundays. We do the testing on Saturdays, evenings. They do it. I'm very proud of these nurses. All the nurses from public health and DOE, UOG, GCP. I'm very proud of these nurses.
Right. I mean, there would be no response without our nurses. We wouldn't be where we are. So thank you guys so much. And so if you want, just maybe some words to encourage people, because you're right, we just expanded the eligibility to 40 years and over. your words of advice and encouragement for people to come out and get vaccinated, because it's not over yet.
Yeah, so we're trying to make it convenient for people. So we offer different places. We go out to the villages. We do the homebound. So if you're homebound, just contact your mayors and we will get to you, right? And so we're trying to make it so convenient for you to get vaccinated. There's really no excuse not to get vaccinated, So we're hoping that they come out. Today we're at the Agate Gym, like Leanne said. And so the people in Agate or to other surrounding villages can come out. We're there until supplies last, like Leanne said.
Yes. I know a lot of people are still scared to get the vaccine. And as a nurse, I want to say that I myself in the beginning was scared. This is a new thing. It usually takes decades for a vaccination to be produced. And we did this in a year, but this is how everything starts. Back when the flu first came along and they first came out with the flu vaccine, this was the process that they started out with. So we got to remember, we have to start somewhere. The benefits far outweigh the risk. Just remember that, okay? We'd rather be able to have our body recognize and fight the virus than to be foreign to us, and we go through all that so many people have gone through last year in fighting it, and sadly, some who didn't get to survive that.
You lost.
Oh yeah, we lost. Kat, do you want to have any advice?
Oh yes, of course. Again, the efforts. Everyone, as long as they get their vaccines, for those who are eligible, please do. It does, like Leanne said, it does. The benefits outweigh the risk.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Kat. It's always been a pleasure having you guys on, and appreciate your perspective looking back at this pandemic, and hope the way forward is much more positive, and it's already looking that way.
So sorry about that. My team members just arrived at the gym, so they're looking for me. But again, like I was saying, I know we are all scared. I was scared to begin with, but I eventually realized that we do need to get it. So get out there, get the vaccine so that we can all get back to normal.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. There you go. Department of Public Health.
Good luck today.
You gotta wash your hands.
We're still saying that.
Yeah, we're still saying that. Yeah.
And just remember, even though you're vaccinated, you shouldn't let your guard down. We still have to be vigilant. We are our first line of defense, okay? So it starts with yourself. It starts with us. Always remember, you still need to wash your hands, use hand sanitizer. If you're out in public, we don't know who have gotten the vaccine, so continue to wear your mask and stay 6 feet apart.
Thank you, Leanne.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Wipes up. Thank you. Right on 823. The
Go
link.
get him today.
The link continues next right here on Facebook Live, KUAM News, Facebook Live. Simon comments, great interviews this morning. God bless our frontliners for helping us protect our families and friends. Keep up the good, dedicated work. Never let our differences divide us.
There was a comment here. I think it was a Joy.
Joy Rivera Woodward had commented.
Yeah, as we pay tribute to the anniversary of the pandemic, I also want to give thanks to the grocery stores for staying open.
Yes.
Just a suggestion to have representatives share their pandemic experiences deciding to stay open.
That's a great point.
Not just the grocery store workers, the
gas station workers. Yeah.
The security guards.
Right.
The people who take your temperature when you first walk in.
Right on.
The stock clerks in the back.
Restaurant workers.
Let me share a little something, because my son was a frontline grocery store essential worker, and he would just tell me some of the things that they would see. I mean, and more on the tail end of the pandemic. But he's really fortunate to it's like his first real job working at Payless, and so for a little while he was the kid who would like the mask checker.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So he would just tell me that some people, you always have those one or two people who just don't want to wear the mask. But for the most part, everybody was just kind of on the same page. And it was like a family there at the store, because like the public health nurses, they felt like they're going into this pandemic. It's a team thing. They're all in it together, providing, essential services. I mean, pandemic or not, people got to eat, and, they got to eat stuff that they get from the grocery store. So I always valued my boys' perspective. And just going around shopping, you would see that, I mean, these grocery store workers, a lot of times, maybe they were scared too, but, they still had to work. I mean, we had worries and fears, but, everyone's got a job to do. And that's one thing I think we need to appreciate: everyone who kept working during this pandemic, who kept this island running, you know what I mean? Because there was a lot of things that just never stopped going.
And actually,
GPA, GWA, Guam Solid Waste. Oh, goodness.
Firefighters, EMTs, police officers. And I do have a special shout out, because as Chris was mentioning that, remember how when everybody was flocking to the stores before the pandemic was officially like a thing, when we had that temporary scare about, you couldn't find hand sanitizer, hand soap was becoming less and less available, and toilet paper not so much, not as bad as in the States, thank goodness. But I want to give a special shout out to one of the first people that we interviewed maybe about a week into the pandemic. Nestor had a interview with our friend Bernie Valencia over at Matson. And
yes, Bernie.
And when they said, they were like, yes, there is a shipment coming in, 2 days, we're going to get all the supplies off. We have hand sanitizer, we have soap and everything like that. We're looking out for you guys too. And Bernie has been a fantastic leader at that company too.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof: Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Can't find a designated driver? We'll bring the party to you. The Bottle Shack is now available on Uno Go, delivering your favorite beers, wines, and spirits to your door safely. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Enjoy responsibly.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Your haters in my culture. I got love for my people. Still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. To the O and to the Izzy. Me scooped out on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village.
Hey, good morning. It's The Link, Friday, March 20th. Proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. For all of my aircon babies, good morning. 647 Cool. It's 8:31. Here's what's coming up. COVID is a bitch. That's right. I used to be scared to say that word on the radio, but thank you, Governor Lou. It was almost like one of those President Trump said it, but not way more toned down. Bree?
What?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we'll play that coming up, and also we're going to interview a student, Jaden Hernandez. He's doing his confirmation over there at Santa Barbara CCD, and he's doing a donation drive. So we definitely wanted to get him on to talk about this. I love it when kids step up and do things. More grown-ups should pay attention to what some of these youth are doing. And then we're going to go to Mount Carmel down in Agate, 9:30, because I believe they are holding, I want to say, the first post-lockdown science fair. Yeah, science fair. You know, the baking soda exploding volcano type of science fair, the little projects.
Yeah, my son had to do a science fair project.
Yeah. I mean, crazy. I wonder how many science fair projects are like COVID related, right? I mean, that's an easy slam dunk. The science of how the mask works, or the science of this, or yeah, Jay.
You and I have actually covered like the science fair like a few years ago, and it is fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty
go
awesome.
All out.
They do a lot of those. So they do science fair, and then they also do like a business fair where they task kids to like create a company and figure out how to do. I'm not a business person. How to do all the business.
A business fair?
Yeah.
It's called a business fair, really?
Yes, it's called a business fair, and they teach them like the economics and the financials, you know.
Sorry, since we're talking about
Jay.
Since we're talking about what's going on tonight, actually, our friends over at the Guam Gallery of Art also want you to know that tonight from 6 to 9 p.m., the Guam Gallery of Art in Chamorro Village is hosting and celebrating the Chamorro culture with a special art exhibit featuring several Guam artists, and our friend Philomore Alcon is retiring. He's been a long proponent of Guam arts. He's been a mentor to many, and they'll be showcasing their work tonight, 6 to 9.
There you go. 8:33. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room here, where I felt like a lot of the legislature's mouths were watering yesterday morning with the release of this sole source procurement and emergency purchase list. This is just one little piece of all the spending that went on during the coronavirus pandemic. And, you know, while the governor continuously says that her administration is the most transparent ever, I think the fact that we're getting these expenditures, I mean, many times, you know, almost a year later than they were made, I don't know. I think it kind of speaks to that transparency. And then in looking at this list of these expenditures, there's not a lot of details on it. Bree and I talked about this earlier. Bree, but that's you know what we spent the majority of the day doing yesterday, and I think a lot of people we're just kind of going through this list of these expenditures.
Yeah, it's a lot. 10, 20, what is it, 27 pages?
Yeah, 27
Some
pages.
of them are sole source, and then others are emergency procurement. I thought there were quite a few, like the Cliff Hotel. You
Right.
know, I think I was asking you, what do we do with the Cliff
Yeah.
Hotel? Were there people being
Yeah.
quarantined there? Or
So
I
what-
wouldn't want to be quarantined at the
Cliff Hotel.
No offense.
I mean,
but
yeah,
the
no offense.
Cliff
yeah.
Hotel.
It's had its day. Let's just put it that way.
You and I were talking about that yesterday. We're like, remember, if you told your friends, hey, we went out to eat at the Cliff Hotel like the other night, it was like, oh wow,
Right.
that was a great night.
So yeah, when we saw Cliff Hotel, $50,000, Cliff Hotel, $50,000, Cliff Hotel, $50,000, and they were getting this $50,000 every time the public health emergency was renewed. And right, so Sabrina's usually the main rememberer around here, but she had asked me, she's like, "What do we do with Cliff Hotel?" And I was like, "Man, I don't think we did anything with Cliff Hotel." And then I started thinking, I was like, "Oh, maybe they used it for like the people at Homeland Security so they could go shower or whatever." Right, because they had those facilities for the nurses and doctors over at the hospital. But anyway, we found out, we got a hold of Jenna Gomindia over at Homeland, and she had said that the Cliff Hotel was being paid to
Yeah.
be...
It was procured with the intent to use it as a non-congregate shelter for vulnerable population. It was a standby facility, but then it was not utilized and then ultimately terminated.
Right.
But in the meantime, we had already paid. We paid $150,000?
$150,000, right, just for nothing, really. Yeah, and there was just a whole bunch of expenditures. And, and our headline said there was a lot of questionable expenditures. Well, I want to say they were all questionable because there was like little to no information provided about these expenditures. And so what you have there is members of the media, members of the legislature, members of the public, most importantly, looking over this spending and kind of scratching their heads and wondering, like, why do we need to buy $300,000 worth of ATVs in a pandemic? What we're going to do, like, off-road over the coronavirus?
I could see maybe when they were doing the rapid
Vaccination.
engagement
Right.
team deployment, and
Yeah.
they were going into like Gil Breeze, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, motorcycles though. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and that's the thing is, like, we don't know these. They just,
I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe
it could have.
TBD, you know, because I don't think some of them maybe they weren't for public health,
right.
Or maybe they were.
So basically, they spend $1.2 million on vehicles, with a couple. I want to say 3 different auto dealerships, right? So it's curious. We're going to send a FOIA and get all the purchase orders from that. But there were definitely some interesting purchases. And I know when we talk about senators who had looked over this list here, the first one that we know looked over it was the Procurement Oversight Chair, Senator Sabina Perez, Democrat. Real Time Reacts. She was here on the link looking over the expenditures right away. I mean, she didn't even get to like the second page. She was like, "Oh no."
Yeah, I think in like 3 minutes, she was like, "Okay, yeah, I'm going to be calling an oversight."
Yeah, she was
like, "Wait, what?" Did
I'm
you
going
say
to be
you're
calling
an
an oversight. Yeah, just like that. Wow. And I know this administration was like, "That damn pesky link show. God, donuts." It reminds me of the old Scooby-Doo. Remember Scooby-Doo show?
Yep.
When the bad guy would be trying to get away with stuff, and then Scooby-Dooby-Doo and his friends, they would get the bad guy, and they would take off the bad guy's mask, and they'd be like, "I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you pesky meddling teenagers." Well, guess what? We're the pesky meddling teenagers. 8:38. So let's bring on.
I'm just here for the conversation.
Let's just bring on Senator Joanne Brown. Oh man, and Senator Tony Atta. I ask Republicans all the time, or Democrats to come on all the time, and anyway, it is what it is. So good morning, senators.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree, Jason.
Good morning.
So, how's the weather down?
The weather
it's
is
bright
nice
and sunny
and clear.
down here, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Down
clear.
up, right?
Not as clear as this
Senator
list
Adams
of.
just a block away from me, so
It's not as clear as this list of expenditures. So let's just kind of start. I mean, just looking over it, right? I mean, and this is really just another glimpse into how and what we were spending money on during this pandemic. We'll just start with your initial reactions, Senator Ada, we'll go ahead with you first.
Sure. Chris and Bree, this is very concerning, and this is why it's important that transparency and accountability is, always first and foremost. I mean, when you just skim through it, you see a purchase for a rectangular table for $35,000 during an emergency. You got a boat-shaped conference table at $10,000. I have no idea what that does or
That's for Senator.
Emergency.
That's for sailing through the pandemic.
Well, they could have used that money for something else and not conference tables or rectangular table. But when we're spending that much money on things that could have been purchased later on after the pandemic, things that are not important, it just goes to show where the priority is in their spending and sole sourcing.
Let's talk a little bit about that process. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the sole source and the emergency procurement, but I think when you look at who was getting sole source or even emergency procurement, it really narrows the process, right? Since we suspended the open government law and we were in this emergency, they say, oh, we need to throw out bidding because it's just too lengthy and problematic, and we just do sole source. We do emergency procurement to move things along quicker. So what's your understanding of those processes, Senator Brown? And do you think that those processes were justified in some of the spending that we saw?
Well, normally with regards to, and having run agencies and departments in the government of Guam, when you procure sole source, you're essentially justifying that there's no one else or no other company on the island can provide that particular service or that particular commodity. And normally you have to have, as a head of an agency, a written justification to demonstrate that you've gone out and you've researched it and you've determined that no one else can provide that service. So that's normally the process. I know, of course, of us looking at this listing, and it's quite an extensive listing, we don't have with it those justification. I think that's something certainly we'd like to see as to why they've selected certain companies to provide sole source. And then emergency procurement. We're looking over this. It's quite a lot. And as Senator Ada mentioned, there's some things that jump out at you that you're trying to connect. What is the priority of this to the pandemic, and how is this going to help facilitate, addressing the health and welfare of our people and not be used as essentially money that they can just spend to get things they may want. But it's not, how do you demonstrate that this is something so direly needed to help, like I said, the health and welfare of our people. So it does raise eyebrows. And then, of course, as we look down the list, as you noted and commented on, we see some friends, some family members that perhaps, your desire would be under these circumstances, especially when this is not part of the normal procurement process. Probably you would not want to see there, because you're going to be opening up yourself to these type of speculation and accusation that, it's only these people that are affiliated with the administration in some cases that are getting these contracts. And I'm sure there are businesses out there, probably they have not had a chance to look at this, may want to, and find out that, hey, we're able to provide this service or this commodity or this product, and they never approached us. That's where, when you're making these type of exemptions, you want to make a little extra effort to ensure that doesn't put up question, doesn't bring to light that the public or anyone else is going to look at this and say, hey, wait a minute, where's the priority? Is the priority taking care of our people, or is it, making sure we take care of our people? And, it's going to take some time to look through this list, but there's definitely additional information that we'd like to see, to ensure that things are properly spent. And I know that with Senator Chris Duenas with his bill that the governor vetoed, with regards to the pandemic. I mean, it's that sort of thing that we want to ensure there's a check and balance in our government, because when too much is given to one person, that's why we have a democratic structure. If not directly the governor, her people around her that might be abusing their responsibility, not thinking that, more the reason we have to ensure that we're not raising question because certain people are getting these, these contracts, these emergency contracts or sole source contracts, and others are not being given the equal opportunity to provide that service. I think that's what
Yeah.
you know, unfortunately becomes the focus because you look down this list and, you know, you're raising your eyebrow, even though I understand there might be a need for the sole source. Even though I think we might have to look legislatively, because if it's being abused like this, we may need to look at legislatively, you know, narrowing that definition of what can be used for sole source. But those certainly are things that, you know, we need to look at because of the questions that are being raised now.
Right, and you know, one of the things that we had reported on was the lieutenant governor's brother-in-law's company getting $55,000 in contracts here, emergency procurement, and I mean, it kind of just sticks out because anytime you have an emergency purchase, I feel like it narrows what is supposed to be a level playing field for all companies, and to me, it just doesn't pass the smell test because what are the odds that in the entire government of Guam, of all the companies on this island that do business, that the ones that we routinely see getting contracts, getting you know, money for the services are the ones that are connected. It's friends and family. So I mean, how do you kind of unpack that? Because I guess conversely, the argument would be that and we had Lieutenant Governor on about this because this his brother-in-law's company gets a lot of contracts from government of Guam. They do, and I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of companies who aren't owned by friends and family, and they don't get services and contracts. But like the lieutenant governor has said when we asked him about this, he said, "Hey, he's free to do business with the government of Guam. That's, you know, and he's right. It's a free island. I can do what I do over here. It doesn't necessarily mean they're connected."
Well, I mean, if it's a fair competitive bid, sure. I mean, unless we put restrictions on who can bid. I mean, you know, I still have my bill there that I hope will get entertained with regards to official misconduct. I mean, it's unfortunate in this case, this individual happens to have a familial relation with the lieutenant governor, that this, you know, continues to come to light. But nevertheless, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. But it does make you question, because there are many companies out there that are providing these type of services, and we know them. They've been providing services for many, many, many years that have expertise, you know, in grass cutting or sanitation and cleaning. I mean, heck, I'm in the wrong business. I should go home and get my Shindawa, you know, and start bush cutting.
I mean,
because I think I'm going to make a lot more money.
It never made this much money.
A lot less stress, I'll tell you. But I don't. But even now, probably Chris and Sabrina, I don't think I'm going to get on this list, though, because I'm not part of that circle. But that's unfortunate because, like I said, there are many other companies, many other people out there that work hard, you know, that never get the chance and never get the opportunity. And then when you see and hear these type of things, of course, it's disturbing, because even though, you know, the front office may deny it and say, oh, no, you know, there's no connection here. You know, of course, yeah, everybody's free to go out and do what they need to do to make a living. But of course, you got to raise your eyebrow, because it's like, wow, how fortunate. You know, some people roll of the dice. They always seem to be getting the contract and seem to be getting the business. And that's, you know, that's what raises this kind of questions and speculation and distrust, you know, that we've been having because of this type of stuff. Especially, you know, let's remind ourselves, this is happening during a time of challenge in our community, dealing and fighting this pandemic, of trying to help our people, get our people through this, get as many people to recover if they unfortunately caught COVID, and get our people through this time. And when you see this type of stuff happening during the most dire circumstances, what's happening during the best of times? Because when we're seeing these type of things happening during the worst of times, what message is that telling our people? Certainly, what message is that telling us? It's unsettling and it's disturbing when you see this type of stuff.
Senator Blas?
That's why we
go ahead.
You know, Chris, and that's why the playing field needs to be leveled, right? I mean, we need to look at what's going on and how is it that, you know, put a call out. I mean, I know a lot of these services and products can be sourced from many companies out there, and put a call out, say, you know what, we're looking for hand sanitizers, we're looking for face masks, we're looking for, so that they can be able to spread the wealth around among the community, so that those companies will be able to boost up also their revenues and turn around and build the tax base of our government by spreading the wealth, getting people back employed, getting people back to work. And, you know, but when we start sole sourcing for products and services that are really, there's many companies out there that can provide for it, then we're not doing anything but hurting ourselves, hurting the government, and keeping that dark cloud over the procurement process.
Senator Blas?
Oh, well, first off, good morning, Bree and Chris, and I'm sorry for jumping on a little late. I guess this conversation, I didn't know what part of the conversation I was jumping into, but it looks like it's at the deep end, which is fine with me. Okay.
Yeah, cannonball right in here, Senator.
Yeah, yesterday, the three of us spent a considerable amount of time, just poring over this list. And while granted, yes, there are processes or there were procurements that were done that we can see the need for, especially in light of what was happening in the time frame that they were capturing or they were doing all of this procurement. There were some, I guess, some buying that was done that didn't fit the need for the time that was being bought, and so. Absent, a lot of critical information that, what was the justification, what was the process, what was the need? It goes to, okay, maybe we should go back and look at Bill 11 and what it was properly for. I have to remind people, this was in no way to usurp the governor's power to be able to declare the emergency, and to work on it. This was a process that would basically negate the necessity to question all of this, and make sure that this money is being spent in the proper way. That's what it's for. I'd like to, for as many lines as there were and the pages that there are that many questions that I have, and unfortunately, this is something that we're going to have to pour through and get through so that we know that every cent that was spent was accounted for, especially in light of in times when, absent any federal aid or assistance from elsewhere, we would have been in very, 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 very dire straits. And thank God for the CARES Act or whatever act that they had to be able to do this. But what about the next time? What about if this were to occur down the road and the nation itself is not in the ability to be able to provide the same type of resources or funding, and we're gonna need these things. Where are we gonna get the money and how are we gonna do this? And that's what we want to look at. That's what needs to be looked at.
Have you guys requested any? I guess the full. I don't know. These are purchase orders. Are they contracts or just purchase orders? Because I'm not sure how this all.
They appear to me to be a combination of two. Well, the purchase orders for tangible items and for personal services. So it could be a combination of two. That said, I don't know whether this is a complete list, or I don't know whether this was a list based on a specific category. There may be others. We're only talking here about a little bit over $16 million.
Yeah.
It goes to question then what happened. There was close to 1 point something billion that was brought into this island. Where's that money? Okay, so it's question on top of question that needs to be answered, or that we need to ask, for the purposes of, again, ensuring that we got the best bang for the buck for the money that we had, and did we do everything that was right and proper for it? Of course, there's going to be those that said, look, at this time, we needed to make this quick decision. Granted, I understand this. I've been in that position before as the Homeland Security Advisor, but there's still processes that also have to occur. I cringe, in putting on my hat as the Homeland Security, former Homeland Security Advisor and Governor's Authorized Representative for FEMA disasters, or for disasters working with FEMA. I cringe at the paperwork that's going to be necessary to justify a lot of this, or whether or not there's going to be justification for this.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And all of this was procured with local monies, the amount of money that we're not going to be able to get reimbursed, then where are we at from there? Okay, we're just going to compound the problem. Going back to, again, the need to be able to, let's revisit Bill 11.
Right. Senator, let me ask you guys, right? So how is this going to color the conversation going forward? Because the governor has pretty much said on this show that you guys' involvement in determining how this $661 million will be spent is going to be pretty minimal. When she described the process, she said that she's currently accepting her directors, and we also know from the Mayor's Council, she's accepting their wish list so that the Queen may grant them what they so desire. And then after that list is compiled, then she's going to go to the legislature and get you guys' input. But I'm not really sure what that entails. And so what the point I made yesterday was we now see how they're spending without the checks and balances, right? So do we now need to come back and say, okay, Lulabelle, that's too much already. We're going to get serious about controlling the purse strings.
Well, you know, Chris, let me jump in first. I like to see what my colleagues from the other side. I really don't want to make this a partisan thing, but if we're going to go down that road, okay, what do my Democratic colleagues feel about this kind of spending? Okay, and whether or not they're interested in finding justifications, the reasons for why this money was spent the way it was spent. And the reasons, the justification as to why she wants to spend the future money the way she wants to spend it. I think there are categories that are attached to this, the $661 million that we're anticipating, and it'll be very interesting to find out whether a lot of this thing that is going to be on the supposed wish list is going to fit categorically into this pot of money. Yeah. Okay, and then what are we going to do? If it doesn't, we're just going to let it go. That's not what you hired us to do. You didn't hire us to say, oh, okay, no. I'm sorry. And every side's of a great argument to come up with great ideas is there's got to be the devil's advocate or the opposing view. And in this case, at least I can safely say for the three of us, it's not so much an opposing view, but let's view this the right way. Okay, and that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
You guys talk.
Go ahead, you talk, Senator.
Yeah, I think that when you see what President Biden did and signed a $1.9 trillion American Recovery Act, right? I mean, this money was meant for the people. It was meant to help sustain our people through this pandemic times. What is it they can do to help them get up onto their feet to start making a living, to start making income for their families? And I think that when we lose sight of that, there's no amount of money that can ever replace life, right? And when people find that they're at the end of their ropes and there's no help in sight, there's no light at the end of the tunnel, the inevitable comes. And we don't want that. What we want is to ensure that there is a way for them to live up to what is expected. But we need the governor to understand too that the $661 million is the people's money. It's not her money, it's the people's money. And we need to ensure that it goes out to the people to where it belongs.
Senator Brown?
Chris, that's why when the democratic process was created, there was that check and balance, and as Senator Frank and Senator Ada is relaying, I mean, that's why we're here. I think that's why us former senators got reelected back to office, because there was a lack of check and balance. I know that's what motivated us to even run in the first place. That's why these responsibilities were divided, so you didn't have a single one of us have that much power to use, and unfortunately in some cases abuse the public resource. I would seriously look at the upcoming budget. I'd look at areas where I'd actually decrease funding so that the administration can ensure that this CARES Act money and our people can have the expectation that this CARES Act money will be going into those critical operations in the government of Guam where it's really needed. Perhaps we defund areas of public health and GMH so that more of that CARES money that I'm sure was intended by the federal government to be used for things related to that can be used for that funding. And then we can take the other local funding and use it for other critical things that people need, like our school, where we constantly hear the lack of maintenance. There's no overhang when it rains for the kids, because it's already rusting away and nothing's being done to address those needs in the school system. or are people particularly in the secondary roads in our community that would love to have some repair work done in their villages so that they can safely travel from one place to the other? I think we can look at quite a list of critical needs in our community that we can use our funding, local funding for, that have been waiting so long to be taken care of, and use this CARES money, because when you look at it, almost everything right now should be connected to the CARES money. Put that towards the critical healthcare areas where we need to address and respond to the supplies and resources that are needed to address the issue and remaining issues of COVID that we hope don't resurge here in our community. But that's what we need. But this idea that, oh, I got this covered, I got it, I don't need you, Guam legislature. Well, we don't agree. I mean, we're elected as well, and we were elected for a very specific reason in the legislative branch. The only thing that makes this different now is instead of this money coming from a legislative appropriation, it's coming directly from the federal government. The fact we constantly hear, oh, well, the governor has the discretion to decide how to use money. I don't doubt there's some legitimate procurements here on this long list that are legitimate, but there's some that, a number of them that really raise your eyebrow in terms of priority of demonstrating how did all this money, what was so critical about certain things that were procured here through this process. And keep in mind, this is from GSA. So we're assuming that GSA, I mean, they're the ones overseeing everyone else's procurement, that they're doing it on the up and up and doing it the right way. But just on cursory view, I mean, all of us have kind of has raised our eyebrow, and that this is the kind of stuff that continues to create that lack of confidence that we have in our government when we see and hear all the things that are going on, abuses that now are continuing to bubble to the surface in our government department and agencies. And then you see this here where we should ensure to every level that we're giving an equal opportunity in the private sector, especially the private sector that's struggling. A lot of them are struggling. It's not just our friends and family that are connected to us that are struggling. The whole island has had to struggle through this process. And that's more the reason we should be able to demonstrate that we've made a collective effort to find out, do other companies provide this service that can provide this service or commodity to the government? Or, that we've made an effort to ensure that we're not just limiting to a select group of people, because when you do that, then these type of discussions come up and these kind of issues get raised. And we're not just doing it because, we got nothing better to do than to attack the administration because we're on the other side of the aisle. We've had the opportunity to work with other administrations in the past that we can work with. If we're on the right track and we're doing what's productive for the people, I think we can all work together. But this kind of stuff, when you see it on its surface, it does raise concern. And that's why I think very much we need to look at some of the specifics. I think I definitely want to read what the justification is for some of these, number of these procurements, because we know there are other companies that provide this service. And were they contacted? Did they demonstrate that they made an effort to do that? Or, it's just, I know on my immediate list I'm going to call, because there's a number of cases here, just looking at this list where, your eyebrows get raised, and you've got to question it. You've got to question that. For us to just let this go, we're not doing what our job is, and we're not being responsible with the people's money. Because I agree with my other colleagues, this money was not intended, for the Leon Guerrero, Tenorio administration. This money was intended for the people of Guam during a time of tremendous challenge in our community. And while a lot of good efforts definitely have been put forth by the administration and definitely by our healthcare community, more importantly by our people, to address this issue, when things like this come up, come on, this just, it doesn't look right.
What's up with all the laptops? Did you guys see that?
And the shoulder bags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like one purchase with Sanford for like 70 grand of laptops. And then, I mean, that's not even it. There's like 70 grand of laptops, 50 grand of laptops, 30 grand of this. I mean, I feel like they use this opportunity like, okay, who needs a new computer? You all right? Your laptop's not working? We got you. Don't worry.
I don't get like the there's a $13.99 for a gallon of Clorox, or Clorox gallon, and then on the very same day it's like $616.64, same description, Clorox gallon. I mean, clearly
what was
this
that
is missing
under?
It's got to be missing a whole lot of information, because I don't understand. It's the same day.
I also saw something there. I don't know if you guys saw, but it was 5 gallons of a ULV fogger solution for like $1,200 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a lot of items on these listings that really need to have a good justification as to why they were
It
purchased.
kind of reminds me of that whole thing with the Pentagon when they're like, oh, they're paid, $40,000 for a toilet bowl screw.
I think we're close enough to our $300 toilet seat.
Yeah.
So.
Senator Blas, like you said, you are the former head of Guam Homeland Security Civil Defense. You know what it's like to respond to emergencies. So going over this list, which you had a chance to look at, just top 3 that kind of makes you just like, what the hell?
Oh, okay. I think you told me the top 3 because there's just a whole bunch that
Or whatever comes to mind that looking at it.
Well, it's not just the purchases or what they were purchasing. Is a lot of times it's also who they were purchasing it from. Okay. You obviously had in some cases here, individuals and it comes from stores or companies that fit that line of material, of items that they were looking for. And then you're looking at some of these places and, okay, masks, surgical mask from a supermarket, gloves from a or face shields from a clothing store.
Right. How about fogging sanitation from a bush cutting company?
It just goes to.
Are you there?
Chris, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said sanitation services from a bush cutting company is one that kind of stuck out for me.
Yeah, and we're looking at over 20 some pages of different procurement items, with at least about 30 or items per or transactions per page. There's just a lot of questions that need to be asked. And granted, I remember in times of the emergency, the quick response necessary. Yeah, there may have been times that, okay, what was the necessity to be able to buy this item to be able to respond while you were responding to this thing? Well, there could be justifications for it, and we're not going to discount that there may be justifications for this. It was the process that first off it was necessary. I remember the procurement team, the logistics and the finance team, during a emergency response. There were some of the busiest sections in emergency management in the midst of a response to something. But they always made sure that you did this right, because at the end of the day, when we had to justify, we got to make sure that the receipts were there and the justification was there. I just like to be able to see this. Okay, maybe at the end of the day that these are all justified, and maybe there is a good reason. But it's our job as legislators to make sure that is all accounted for, because that's what you hired us to do. We manage the purse strings of the government. And in this case, this is our responsibility to look into it.
Will you guys have to FOIA, or is it something that you can easily just call up GSA? I want this, I want that, I want this.
Yeah, I think we tried calling yesterday when we were all together, and we didn't get any response.
Yeah, they don't answer.
There was no answer when we called.
I mean, so I called, and I was just, because, God, and I wish I had brought my recording of the governor when she came on just a couple weeks ago. She was like, I don't know what everyone's talking about transparent. We're the most transparent ever. I want to get that on my phone, so when I call these government agencies, I'll just play that clip. So anyway, I called GSA and I was like, hey, can we ask if someone can be made available to us to kind of just go down this list? And if we have a question like, hey, what was this purchase for with PO number this? They could be like, that was for, whatever, face shields or whatever. Because if you look at the description, it's like 4 or 5 words and it's cut off. And there's no details. So the answer I got back was, oh, hold on, we'll go ahead and check. And then they called back a couple hours later and they said, yeah, no, the chief procurement officer, Claudia, said you have to FOIA it. So that's like 4 to 10 days of waiting for this information that should just be made available. I mean, if they're going to give you guys this info on your website as part of like the legal obligation to do so, I don't know why it doesn't have everything you need right there.
But and then Chris, to go to that point, and if you got the document in front of you, on page 1,
okay,
of the procurement, right down in the middle, okay, for a procurement that was made, let's take this for example, that was made on May 19th, 2020, okay, to a certain business. I won't name the business.
Wait, emergency or sole source?
No, this is on the purchase orders, sole sources.
Okay.
Okay.
First page.
The first page for $1,216. Here's the description: urgent, urgent, urgent.
It's like that Foreigner song.
Yeah.
Urgent.
Okay, yeah. As a
emergency.
Okay. Now you got me bouncing. Anyway, so urgent as opposed to everything else on this list. So it calls the question. Any individual who looked at this, they don't have to be elected senators. They don't have to be to work in media, in news, to be able to look at this and say, okay, what is urgent, urgent, urgent? Okay.
And then
so it's questions like that we need to.
Yeah.
And then they're going to say, but that's only $1,216 in comparison to the 16 million. No. Whether it's even if it's 5 cents, all right. If there needs to be a justification, then what is it? And I cannot accept urgent, urgent, urgent.
Totally.
Yeah. Okay. There are some others here that I think yesterday Senator Adam and I were going through this again. It shows a procurement for something, but we don't know what it's for because who it went to and for what reason. It's blank.
Yeah.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know who?
I'm supposed to just let that go.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what Summer Towers was being used for?
That's bougie. Summer Towers, guys. It's Cortec.
That's really
It's by the
nice.
hospital. It's a super high-rise condos.
Yeah, I don't know. I have never heard anything about that location.
Yeah, maybe it's an
I didn't hear
off-grid
about the cliff either until we got this
Chacmac
list.
spot.
I mean, granted, some of the things on this list could be sole source for the government, irrelevant even if the pandemic didn't happen.
Yeah.
There may be some cases, obviously, they might have to, do sole source. But again, I think we need to segregate that from what is COVID, what is COVID related.
Yeah.
Because some of this stuff, like I said, it does bring up a lot of questions. But I mean, we don't know. We're only hearing about this as of yesterday, looking at this list. So I've never heard in any of the news stories that have been provided with regards to those facilities
I
or
never
what they would
heard
have been used
Summer Towers
or if
mentioned
they were
once.
used.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard of it.
And they're getting like $100,000 a pop. I mean, there's a few in here that I saw. Summer Towers, LLC, $100,000. There was another company that was also paid. And you know what kind of got me too is like, you see every time they extend the public health emergency, there's like a big amount of cash that goes to certain companies and it'll just put public health emergency extended. So, I mean, this is like payday for a lot of these friends and family. It's like, oh, I guess we're extending the public health emergency. Right on. We can get our $50,000 or $100,000 or $50,000 for, the Cliff Hotel, which was never even used. So, and I mean,
well, but Chris, that's where you just have a select few, obviously, that are benefiting. I mean, we see some companies here that traditionally were in the business, known for a certain business, and then all of a sudden, overnight, I mean, great for them. Maybe they're innovative about it. All of a sudden, they're the ones providing, certain supplies that other companies traditionally on Guam for many years have been providing. So it's this kind of stuff that raises the question. Otherwise, we should have a clean list and we all move on to the next level. But that's the reason why, I mean, like Senator Chris's bill that he's brought forth, that's why you need the level of engagement, to have others involved at the table, especially when you're impacting the freedoms and, the ability of our people to live within their own community freely as they choose to. That's why you need that discussion. But when all of that is close hold and it's centered, down at Adelup and among their people, and not among the rest of us that are elected, to include our village mayors, to include the private sector. I mean, of course, yes, they always say, oh, we have our advisory committee. We have our medical advisory committee. But a medical advisory committee that takes no formal notes, it's not public for the rest of us to know how decisions are being made. I mean, that's not a free and open democratic society that we have lived in and desire to live in. And so it does raise more questions than answers. And then to continue this public health emergency without having that discussion. I mean, if we're all open and transparent, then what's so difficult about our minds sitting down together and determining, yes, there's a legitimate need to continue, or no, we don't need to continue? Because you're right. How would it be different if the money wasn't on the table? If there was no additional funds, how long would we be continuing these emergencies? Of course, we can all speculate, but more the reason why I think we need to decipher through this list. And I hope that our oversight chair for GSA and for procurement does call an oversight hearing so that these questions that you're asking, that we're asking, that I'm sure other people in the community are asking can be answered. And that, if there's legitimate procurement here, then justify it. For the ones that we're raising questions about, then by all means, I think we need to look and get some answers. Because as I mentioned, if this can happen during such dire times and there's others there that are trying to profit, if they're doing it the right way, we don't have an issue. If you're providing a legitimate service and you're procured the right way, no problem. We need the service, we need the commodity, wonderful. But if they're using it as an opportunity to line their pockets at the expense of our people during a time of tremendous suffering in this community, that doesn't say anything good. And I think that's something we would be very concerned about, because that's just, that's just not acceptable.
Do you know, is this CARES Act money, or is this local money, or is this we pay local money for all of this and then we get reimbursed?
I think we'd like to know. I don't know. I can't tell from this listing what is local or if it's CARES money. I don't know. I leave it to my colleagues too. I can't tell when looking at this list what the source of funding is for.
What do you make of that though? When you guys ask for information, then you get it, but you get it in a way that there's no information in the information that you're getting.
All right, it's cryptic, right? They, like on the descriptions, they don't give a full, accurate description of what is being purchased and the quantity of that item. For all we know, when you look at page 1 and 2, right off the back, you see a payment for $1.3 million that says cost for office space lease. Now, is that going to impact the budget? Did they pay for office space lease already for an agency or a department that we can take it off now the budget? Because in January, a month later, another $1.3 million was paid to the same company. So we need to know what's going on so that we can adjust the budget accordingly and see if these agencies had already paid their lease for the year, then there's no need to have that amount in their appropriations to pay lease again for the same period. It makes no sense. So I don't know where the source of funding is coming from or what's the justification for paying $1.3 million in December and January, exactly 30 days apart. And there's the second payment just says issued to cover the cost for what? What are we covering?
Quite the cliffhanger.
Yeah, because we already covered the cost for the lease in December. So what are we covering the cost for in January?
Is this typically how this is done?
Senator Blas?
Is this how it's printed out and given?
Oh, well, and as far as the printout, yeah, this is the short version. This is short form. Obviously, in the description, there's this was done on, a program similar to Excel, okay, where you can fit it into the space that's provided, but when you print it, it protracts it, down. So that said, therein lies too a lot of the questions. While we were talking, I just got to point this out, and I won't, for the purpose, I don't want to name the company that it was going to, but it was, where is that? I lost it. Anyways, you're right. Bring it it basically says it gives a figure of close to $299,000 or something like that.
For
And in the
ATVs?
description is to cover the cost for, and stops.
Yeah. Humana.
Right, okay. Is this fill in the blank? What, choose your answer, or call us and we'll give you the answer within the, a certain time frame, if you can get us on the phone. I don't know. Okay, so it calls the question, how the spending was done. Like was stated earlier, these could be perfectly legitimate. That's fine. But let's make sure that, the information that's here, so that there's no question, there isn't a question of the legitimacy of it. Are we barking up the wrong tree? Or are we barking up a tree we shouldn't be barking? No, first off, I think we need to bark. Okay, and we need to look up this tree so that we can see that this money is spent properly.
Yeah.
Where it came from, that's another question.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of questions.
Because then it does impact, of course, the budget of the government. That's where, despite if this wasn't CARES Act money and this was general fund money, was it spent within the appropriate authority given to you to spend it? Okay, those are all the questions those questions that need to be answered.
Well,
and this is just a start.
Yeah.
Surprised there's not like a link or somewhere you could go to get the full report, as
Right.
opposed to it looked like it's a scanned copy of a printout.
Yeah, and we don't have.
With all the laptops and everything that.
Yeah, I was just looking at this, Apple iPad Pro, $13,000, $732. Microsoft Surface Pro 7, $18,000. Laptop Intel 15 Quad, $33,000. And there was another one.
Jason's salivating over here.
Yeah.
Wow. You're just reading like Playboy's letter to the editor to me right there.
Yeah, and it's there's just a ton of computers and laptops, which I wonder how many of these laptops grew legs.
No, but with all the technology that was purchased, it just seems as though instead of scanning a document, you would make it more accessible to, at least the senators to be able to just click, like I said, click a link or something like that.
Yeah.
Where all the information is. So we wouldn't be talking about.
That's why to me it seems disingenuous. They're like,
to
oh,
cover
you
their
guys,
costo.
you guys want to know how we spend the money there. There, that's how we spend the money. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Along with the $342 toilet seat, right? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Or the $44 paper hand towel. Okay.
The $616 Clorox gallon.
How about the $18,000 ATV, and then there's another one, $300,000 in ATVs.
Yeah, and so and if you look at the time frames as to when these items were purchased,
You know what? There was a lot of spending in Christmas. People had a good Christmas.
in the meantime, people for their Christmas, all they had to provide was a hug and a kiss, and a prayer that they could get through this. Yeah. And that's supposed to be fair.
We're looking forward to the oversight hearing. Should the oversight chair call one, and the explanation that will be given to the people of Guam, not to the senators, but to the people of Guam, because the people of Guam are owed an explanation for this expenditures and why they happened during this time of pandemic, and what was so urgent about a $35,000 conference table or a boat-shaped table for $10,000 when they could have purchased those things at a different time, or even not purchased them at all because of their exorbitant prices.
Senator,
So,
before you complain, remember we have to social distance. That's why they need a mile-long boat-shaped conference table, because everyone has to sit 6 feet apart.
Now hopefully they'll be able to put all these issues and put them on that table and float it away, right? But that's unfortunately not going to happen, because we're going to hold everyone accountable as to what is going on and why it went on.
Let's switch gears before we let you guys go. We wanted to get your comments on the passing of former First Lady Roseanne Atta?
Well, Chris, Auntie Rose was actually, for me, Nina Rose. And it was very sad.
I say I'm on Zoom.
And it was kind of disheartening and heartbreaking in that, out of respect, of course, my Nino had asked that respect the privacy and being able to take care of his wife and spend time with his wife with him and the kids. She was always a very gentle-hearted, a lady that smile on her face, okay, and a strong woman that basically helped to keep up a strong man in Governor Joe Atta. My condolences go out to her, to Nino and to Eric and the girls, and God gained an angel in her passing.
Yeah, our love and prayers to Uncle Joe and to the family. She was a very loved woman who gave selfishly of her time, always volunteering for a lot of events and functions, and even towards the end, she was the executive director for DISIT. So she was always involved in one way or the other in the community, and not just the first lady during Uncle Joe's time as governor, right? But even after that, and it just speaks volumes of her commitment to our island and to our people, and our love and prayers are with them, and we're going to keep them keep them high in our thoughts, so that they can know that going through this time, that they are loved by the island and they have the island standing with them.
Senator Brown?
Well, it's a sad day. I mean, we all, I know that Senator Frank and Senator Tony have a more direct familial connection to First Lady Roseanne Atta and to Governor Atta, but certainly I, in my very early days and starting in government, I mean, I owe that to Governor Joe Atta. He hired me right out of graduate school. So I had the opportunity to work in his administration, as many young up and coming members of our community did. He gave us tremendous opportunities so early on in our career. And First Lady Roseanne was always there. I mean, she was very much a part and in step with him and his administration. And not just to continue the work that she did for our community with regards to disabilities. But she was a strong woman that kept, as mentioned, has kept Governor Atta, to be able to do all the wonderful work that he did during as we refer to, the Tempun Atta Blas. Guam's economic recovery and activities during that time and growth were unprecedented. So, we extend our condolences to Governor Atta. I mean, when I would run into him in recent years, of course, he's always telling me, yes, I have to take care of my wife right now. And that's where his priorities were. And sometimes, he just wasn't able to go and do all the things he used to do and engage with because of that. But, that's when it matters. That's when family matters. That's when the love you have, during the good times and the not so good times. And so, we extend our condolences to Governor Atta and to his son and his two daughters, and hold them in our prayers during these very heartbreaking times, and we wish her peace. I know the last few years has been very hard for her and hard for all of them, and I hope the people of Guam also extend that, because they did wonderful things for our island. They extended themselves to this community. Now it's our time to extend our support to them when they need it the most. So our thoughts and prayers are with Governor Atta, and certainly with his wife Roseanne.
Thank you, Senators. Appreciate the talk this morning. Keep us posted, and let's see who gets their FOIA first.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
You done?
We're in a new pandemic now. Pandemic of lack of information.
Parafoia.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to take a quick break. And, actually, let's go ahead and take care of Jaden Hernandez here real quick, guys. Jaden is a confirmation student, Santa Barbara CCD. And I know I sent you guys the graphic. He's doing a donation drive Jaden, let's go ahead and handle this, take care of this business right here. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course, and I don't know who your confirmation Nino is going to be, but Jason Solis, somebody let me know. How'd you kind of come up with this idea to do this donation drive? Obviously, you're going through a very spiritual time with confirmation class at Santa Barbara. Did that have something to do with it, or was it just maybe you saw a need in the community?
Well, considering the time we have, especially with the pandemic going on, I thought it would be nice to at least provide to the community. My whole goal was to, because I've been seeing a lot of families on the streets, so I wanted to distribute Pampers to those babies, but I thought it was unfair only providing to those babies. So I thought of considering the whole family instead and wanted to provide clothes and pandemic necessities to them too as well.
And so I guess are you doing any like different kind of protocols because of COVID during this donation drive?
Yes.
Go ahead and tell us. So I know people want to show up to this drive here. We're going to pop the graphic up. Jaden, go ahead and give us the info on that.
So give the info on my flyer.
Yes, sir.
So on my flyer, I have the materials that we would be needing, which is baby and adult clothes, Pampers, hand sanitizers, baby and alcohol wipes, and face masks. And for those materials distributed, we will be providing it to the San Guma Jose homeless shelter, where it's a temporary shelter for those homeless families, and yeah, that's it.
And this is going on next weekend. It's Saturday and Sunday, the 27th, 28th. And where are you going to be at again? Okay, Dedito Sports Complex, right up the road from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And the info, again, you can call Jaden at 797-0525. Any last message here, Jaden, before we let you go?
Yes, basically my whole point was to promote this drive and ask the public for assistance in helping me push this drive forward. And that'll be it.
Thank you, Jaden. God bless you, boy.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And congrats there. And Nino Jason says congratulations.
I'll be considering that.
There you go, Jay. Put in your app, Jay.
There you go. Sponsor.
Yeah, it's 9:33. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with more of The Link next.
McDonald's just made bakery sweets.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Thirsty? We'll bring the drinks. The Bottle Shack is now available on Uno Go, delivering your favorite wine, beer, spirits, and more. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Welcome back to The Link on a wonderful Friday, everybody. We are going down south now, where we are going to take you to one of our favorite campuses on the island because they do so many wonderful things for our island community. Mount Carmel is known for, as Chris mentioned earlier in the show, they're known for their business fair. They're also island-wide respected for the amazing work they do with music and the Phoenix Band. But one of the events that I have always enjoyed covering down in Mount Carmel is the Science Fair, and it is back, baby. So we have got Dave Duenas, Ryan Leon Guerrero, and some kids from Mount Carmel today. Guys, first of all, Hafaday, good morning, and congratulations. So happy to see that the Science Fair is back.
Buenas and Hafaday.
All right,
Thank you, Jason.
Hey, even if we have to do this on Zoom, I guess that just proves that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is a thing.
Indeed.
Okay, so Dave, is there a central theme that you guys are working with this year? Because I know when I've covered some of the Mount Carmel Science Fairs in the past, it was it was maybe to apply a certain scientific principle, or say, like, I remember one year it was like innovative uses of a fruit to improve healthcare. What are the young students and these wonderful young minds concentrating on this year?
Well, you have a great memory, Jason. I'm really impressed. First of all, I just want to say I'd like to impart our heartfelt condolences to Joseph Ada, former Governor Joseph Ada, and his family. We just learned that his wife passed away. So from the MCS family, our condolences. And just to answer your question, we're interested in teaching the students about the scientific method and being able to come up with an hypothesis, to be able to, whether it's right or wrong, to be able to affect the scientific method and learn procedures and steps. And we just believe that this is an important process in their reasoning. And we like to be able to give them the opportunity to exercise their rhetoric as well, to be able to argue their point or to get their point across to the judges. And of course, we're working on their public speaking skills. We're working on their grammar, and any kind of mathematical formulas that they have to present. So it's a pretty holistic kind of experience. And this is our 64th year of doing it. And so we're very proud to present it again this year. We are doing it face to face. And of course, we are implementing all kinds of our protocols. Only a certain number of people are allowed in, and we're keeping our distance and everybody's masked. And so, but we're really interested in making sure that the kids can carry on this tradition despite the pandemic. Now, to answer your question about the theme, we're always looking to see if anybody can, push the envelope a little bit, maybe maybe cure a disease, maybe cure the coronavirus. A lot of times this year, we're going to be looking at any projects that have to do with local environment, how to improve if we could talk about the rhino beetle, we could talk about conservation, preventing erosion, and these kinds of things. We encourage the students to look into original, sort of out of the envelope kinds of projects, and not necessarily Google up something quick and easy. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're doing this year.
Okay, well, now let's go to Ryan, because Ryan, we've had the great pleasure of speaking with you in the past, and you've always said that you encourage your students through your teaching to think critically, and like Dave was saying, to challenge or to push the envelope, to challenge convention, but in doing so, with the values of being Chamorro, respectfully and in service to our community. So, how have you been helping the students that are participating in the science fair this year to kind of, take that scientific approach and say, I believe there's a better way to do things, or I don't think that some of the solutions that previous generations came up with, I think we can improve on this. How have you fostered that?
Really, the way I've been doing that is again, right. I am the Chamorro teacher here at Mount Carmel, and so like Mr. D was saying, Mr. Dave Duenas, really the way I kind of try my best to help and push them in the right direction is to really focus on the local aspects, right? Culturally, just being here, right? Just being on Guam, it's already cultural, right? It's the home of the Chamorro, the land of the Chamorro people, and so really keeping everything home based as much as possible really is the way that I've gone about doing that. So as far as the language, it's a little different incorporating the Chamorro language into scientific terms, So that portion, that one stays in English, but the cultural aspect is still there in that regard. So yes.
Yeah. How would you actually say Bunsen burner in native Chamorro?
You would just say, I guess I really can't answer that, and so really,
Ryan, you just say oven.
Yeah, you can really, but I've actually been asked before to kind of work alongside EPA and do some of their data collections, right? And I actually had to turn that down because again, it's a formal document, and these kind of terms and stuff, you can Chamorro-ize it, but then it's a legal document, right, and stuff like that. So I try to avoid that much as possible. Really, my job here at MCS is to teach conversational Chamorro, and so that's the route and aspect that I try to stay in my lane, stay in my lane.
But I do really appreciate that angle because as STEM as a discipline really begins to take off and it has for the past several years, but in society people are really beginning to take interest in it, seeking careers in it, and really appreciate what it does for society. People are also saying that there's an ethics involved, and your own culture and the role that the way you conduct yourself, the way you have reverence for elders, the way you treat people, the ethics of science is something very, very very present in today's scientific community. So I really appreciate what you're doing, in teaching these kids the right way. Well, speaking of kids, I know there are 3 youngsters that are just chomping at the bit to speak now. So kids, we want to give you guys the floor and just say, we have so much respect for the fact that you guys are, taking up these projects. It's not just a school assignment. This is something that you are really going to take with you the rest of your life. So if you can maybe just introduce yourselves and say what you're working on for the science fair this year.
Hey, my name's Orion. I'm 6th grade, and these are my schoolmates. Cappy Parrish, she's in 8th grade, and Jaden Vlog in 6th grade.
Very cool. So did you guys pick a project, or did you guys kind of like all put your heads together and come up with an idea? And what are you guys working on?
Oh, we all get to do individual projects, and we get to pick our topics, and we get to choose whatever we want to do, as long as it's approved by the school.
Okay. Well, I really like what Mr. D was saying earlier, you guys, because he was saying that, we're actually giving our students, as science fair presenters, you guys can argue. And if maybe it's like some judge comes around and they're taking a look at it, or, they may say, I'm not really seeing what you're trying to say, or, like I'm an old person, this isn't the way you did it. You guys actually have the opportunity to say, well, this is the work we put in, these are the experiments that we ran, these are the measurements that we took, and this is why we believe that, we're on the right path. So, I really like that. Man, if I could have been taught when I was in 6th grade to argue with my teachers, I'd still be in school. I would have loved that. That's fantastic. So, how long have you guys been working on this?
Well, we've been introduced to the science fair about a month ago, and we've been experimenting for a few weeks. So it's been a pretty long time just so we can get all of our work fit in.
Mm-hmm. And it's been such a crazy year, and it doesn't matter what grade you're in, what level of education you're a student in. I'm sure even though, and again, congratulations to you guys, to Duos Masi, for wearing your masks and for staying apart like we're all taught and we're all supposed to do. But what does it mean for you guys to actually be together at school, which really is your second home, and it's a safe place, and it's where you go to be fun and to learn and be happy and everything, but to work with your friends and work with your neighbors?
It's so much better to be in person than online, because we actually get to get human interaction, and it's really healthy for kids our age to be able to make friends and be social and stuff. So it's really fun and it's really great that we get to come back to school, and I'm really grateful that everyone can do their best so that we can
All right. Well, we wish you the very best in today's plea, and above all, have fun, because you guys have clearly put in the work. We are just so appreciative of the fact that with all that's going on in the world today, you guys continue to have that focus and to do things the right way. Like Mr. Leon Guerrero was saying, you guys are still practicing in Nafamaulik. We're taking care of our neighbors. You guys are respectful, and you guys are proper Guamanians. So kids, congratulations to you. And let's go back to Mr. D now. From an administrative standpoint, how many teams or entries do we have in this year's science fair? And more importantly, what are we going to know the results? Because I would love to report on that.
Well, we're gonna be offering the results by the end of the day. The entire school is presenting, and so we have a population of about 281 at this point.
I was going to say that's a lot of projects.
Not all the students are here. There's still some that are presenting their projects from home, and they'll be presenting virtually. So we do have a station that the judges can put on some headphones and interview students about their project. Their trifold, because we're staying traditional in that sense. We do still require the kids to present a trifold, but then concurrently with that, we're also requiring that they be able to assemble a Google slide for the submission to the Island-wide Science Fair UOG. So the first through fifth grade is more of a presentation where they present a project and they can kind of present their work. And from sixth to eighth grade it's a little bit more detailed, and we encourage them to, like I said earlier, to engage in the scientific method and show their hypotheses and their experiments, and whether their experiment was successful or not is not the point, but that the method was followed assiduously, and then they're able to contribute to the science as a whole. And to answer your question earlier, I was like, man, what is a Bunsen burner? And I just thought about Chris, and we cannot have a fire hazard in here. Chris has talked about fire hazards, but so Tazagwa have Fedgun Science Fair downstairs. Okay, so that's what I think. It's a Fedgun Science Fair, Fedgun Science Lab.
Well, the one thing, as a big nerd myself, I mean, like I've always been into, science fairs and using computers and everything like that. Makes me so happy just to see that you guys are actually continuing this tradition, which every student should go through, and the fact that Mr. D and Mr. Leon Guerrero, you guys are actually teaching the most important lesson of all. And Mr. D, you were just saying that not every failed experiment is a fail. I mean, you can learn a lot from that, but you guys are making science fun. That is the most important thing.
D, thanks very much, Jason. And I do want to capitalize on what Happy said about the social emotional health of the children. It's been a blessing for them to come back. Our main concern, of course, is to keep them safe. And we know that since they've been back, their grades have been improving. They're having a more of a complexion on their body because they're spending time in the sun. They're breathing the fresh air. And all of these things are really contributing to the holistic development of these kids, And so the science fair and the academic pursuits are very, very important, but so is the music, so is the culture, and so is the athletics and all the other things that make these kids whole. So we're happy to be able to present that and offer that at Mount Carmel School.
Viva Mount Carmel!
Viva!
Right on!
Viva!
Yeah,
Viva
Ryan.
KUAM!
Viva!
Thank you. We appreciate that. Signer Ryan, do you have any final thoughts as these kids embark upon what's going to be like a really, really rewarding day?
Yes. So again, right, today is our science fair, but it also is Mes Tzimoro, right? It is the month of March, which is Mes Tzimoro. Really, it's a blessing to have the science fair a part of especially this month, right? Lo Paraguay, ti Mes Tzimoro uno na mes kisakan. It's not Mes Tzimoro just one month a year, right? But cada dia, cada pupuengi, todo y tempo, right? Every day, every night, and all the time, it should be that way. And so really, I'm looking forward to the rest of the month of March. We have a lot of events planned, activities planned, right, for our students. Really, again, our school is very traditional with these events, right? And the science fair is one of the biggest ones. But also Mes Tzimoro, right? We're very cultural in that sense. And so a little bit of what we have done one activity before, last week, Friday, I believe. We did a scavenger hunt, a Chamorro scavenger hunt. Right, and so I don't know if you can see the storyboards behind me of the but they make all kinds with master weavers and master blacksmiths and even the Magalahis, right? And so basically my room is stacked with them and it's displayed everywhere. And so we took some of these out and we scattered them outside in the hallways in the class, or outside in the hallways of our school. And really we made the students go around and they were given a slip with a paragraph on it, and they had to go around reading the boards, And the reason why we kind of did that, or my idea to incorporate this, was because these storyboards tells a lot. It's not just decoration, It's not in my room just to sit there and look pretty. It really does teach us history. It really does teach us about our past, right? And in order for us to move forward as a people, we need to know where we come from, right? And so it's very important in that aspect. And so it was a really fun event. And I'm really looking forward to going down later on this afternoon to see all the other projects and see how these students tied in the cultural aspect into their scientific findings. And so again, I'm looking forward to the rest of the month of March. And Viva Mes Chamorro!
Viva! Viva! All right, kids, congratulations! Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day today. We wish, and Mr. D, I haven't forgot about those soursop projects, man. Those were amazing. You guys always set the bar high. So that was a fantastic year.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Sabrina.
That's okay. There you go. All right.
Have a great day, guys.
9:51. Take a real quick break, and we're coming back to close out the show with the governor of Guam and COVID is a bitch. Next. Good morning.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Can't find a designated driver? We'll bring the party to you. The Bottle Shack is now available on Uno Go, delivering your favorite beers, wines, and spirits to your door safely. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Enjoy responsibly.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Or even the Impossible Whopper on this Fishy Friday is proud to present Cover Me. This episode of Cover Me, Jonah Hanum, the great jam, even cooler video, I Was in Love.
Can you tell me why every night feels like a last night? I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I remember that first night. We decided it was alright to chill for a little bit. Showed you some music, then you showed me some too. And I went and sang that song for you. And every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of how I really felt when it made you cry. 'Cause that's when I tell me why every night feels like a last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Do you remember that one night I was in your room and we were sleeping on that twin-size mattress? Closed eyes, I was staring at you, dead to sleep. You're such an actress. When I tapped you and said I had to leave, you just grabbed a hold of me. And that was when we first kissed, and I knew I'd never wanna leave. Then we wrote smoke, mirrors on, clearer than before. Darling, I know you know me better than lonely open door. But knowing we both growing older without you is ironically painful as nostalgia. It's not a stick in a stone, it's like a brick to the bone. 'Cause you can pick up the phone last time I called you. So tell me why every night feels like last night. Last night, I swear I'll never feel like you felt it last time. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Every night feels like last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Yeah. Chilling in your whip till the day breaks sunrise. Baby, I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I was in love with you.
We're going to go ahead and play a chunk of this interview that we did with Governor Lou, talking about when she had COVID. It's kind of to really just put a cap on our look back at the 1-year anniversary of the pandemic this week. Again, it's 10 a.m. Good morning. want to really thank the governor for joining us this morning. Good morning, Governor.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling good. A little bit maybe raspy in my throat, but feeling much better than the last 3-4 days.
Mm-hmm. And you know, last night what we heard that about the lieutenant governor, just really, I'm still trying to get over what's been happening over the last few days. When we first heard about you, then last night about the lieutenant governor, and then we heard about the legislature, and then with this flight. And you know, we got your message yesterday, and how you're feeling a little bit better, and the fact that you're still working. It's just kind of, for me, I'm like, get your rest.
Right. I mean, Gov,
Well, actually, you know, Saturday and Sunday of last week was where I was completely miserable. Didn't even want to talk to anybody, and was having fever, chills. Pretty scary, because I'm usually my immune system is usually really good. When we're raising our kids, my kids and Jeff would be sick, but I would be very well, of course. And so I was a little bit worried that I was experiencing these symptoms, and I assumed it was COVID positive. Because I was already tested last Wednesday, right, with all of my family, and Joaquin, and all of us were negative except him, of course. But we were all negative, so we were just told to stay home and self-quarantine. I could go to work but come back right away, which is what happened on Thursday and Friday. But then Saturday and Sunday was you know, fever, the whole works, headaches. My headaches wouldn't go away, body aches, no appetite at all. I don't think I ate for like 3-4 days. Nausea, the whole works. And I was a little bit scared, only because this virus could turn for the worse overnight. And of course, I'm in that vulnerable age. However, I don't have any serious comorbidities, so that's a plus. And I just wrote the course of the virus. There's really nothing you can do, only to just palliative, you know, like if Tylenol for fever, lots of fluid. And I did that. And so by Monday, I was feeling better. Tuesday, of course, every day is better. And I had asked Dr. Jolene, who's the COVID expert here, what is the window where if I was going to turn worse, I would turn worse. And she told me I was right in that window when I asked her. But I'm past that window now. And so still recovering, you know, still get tired. This virus is, I'm sorry, is a bitch. I just have to say, it is just it knocks you, and I know younger people think that it's not going to affect them, but we have young people in the hospital right now who are seriously ill, and so I just want to make sure that, you know, young people don't think that this isn't going to affect you. And of course, it does not discriminate. You now see all ages, all sexes, all ethnic groups are affected by this virus. It's very, very contagious. That for sure. You know, I wear my mask all the time. I'm not wearing it now because I'm all by myself here, but I even encourage people. I think where we were a little bit assuming is that in your family household, you know, but I suggest wearing your mask even with family household, because you don't know where all the others have gone, and you know, you don't know where you've picked it up. And so just very very concerning. And of course, you're seeing increase these last few days and our census at the hospital is at 8, which has been that way, but not that way for a long time. So we're very concerned about that. But overall, I think I'm very lucky that I just had what they considered mild symptoms, but for me, very scary. I have not spoken to the lieutenant governor this morning, so I don't know how he is, but last night he was doing okay.
Okay. And
He
the
said very, very scary.
interview. I like what she said. That just reminded me of my grandpa's generation when she goes, "It knocks you." It knocks you, kind of knockout. Guys, it's 10:05. Your go-to jam is always on the way, on the breeze. Thank you to our sponsors, East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier 647. Cool when it takes a sec to congratulate my lady Maria. Congratulations. So proud of you. It's 10:05. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. Good job, Jason. Good job, Sabrina. Joe, sir. Good job. But most especially you, the people of Guam. A great job. Have a great weekend. Remember, 40 and up getting vaccinations. We had public health in here. They're doing the village outreach. And I know that AMC also has the mobile vaccination van going on out there with their partners in Triple J. Carrier Guam reminds you to keep cool all day, every day. For all of our aircon babies, turn to the experts. Call today, 647-COOL. Thank you very much. Carrier leaving you with this one from Rock Bottom. For Sabrina and the entire Link fam, Guahusi Chris, está. Adios!